Well, it's lovely to be out on such a sunny evening in Edinburgh, but it's a shame that we have to be out tonight protesting against the two-child cap and the rate clause. Well more than a year since Alison Thewliss, my colleague at Westminster, first spotted it in the small print of a Tory budget.
Very glad to see such a huge demonstration today and so many people still coming along 1 year after the rate clause came into force to show their opposition to this vile and despicable policy. The UK government have never been able to justify this policy, and we saw that this week with Esther McVeigh's pathetic attempts to say that the rate clause was somehow double support for women and that gives them some kind of chance to talk about the most appalling and disturbing experience of their life.
As you can see behind me, we're at the very beginning of the All Under One Banner rally. You can obviously hear the pipers behind me as events are about to kick off.
It's time to aim high, look resolutely outwards, and never, ever accept second best. Above all, it's time to believe that we can. We can build that better country we know is possible. And friends, we will.
If you enjoy watching our programmes, please help us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster by signing up to become a Broadcasting Scotland supporter.
Wherever you stand, get the fresh view of what's happening in Scotland with iScot. Celebrate everything about our country with intelligent, in-depth insight from lifestyle, culture to puzzles, and all the opinions you'll need. Whether it's digital or by post, subscribe now to iScot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you or your good officers have been informed by the Work and Pensions Secretary that she might be making a statement to this House this morning, because I understand from press reports and numerous reports in the newspapers that the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions is giving a speech this morning, which has been trailed in the media, which will confirm the very unpopular two-child limit on universal credit for children who are more than 21 months old is due to be scrapped. And she's also going to confirm the managed migration of claimants to universal credit will slow down. On the basis that we are sitting today, there are many members on both sides of the House that it would be opportune, and in fact quite an appropriate moment, for the Secretary of State to come to this House. And I wondered if you knew that was going to happen.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for her point of order. The short answer is that I have not been informed of any intention on the part of the Secretary of State to deliver an oral statement to the House today. I have just been advised from the table that there is to be a written ministerial statement today. However, as the Honourable Lady, a keen student of parliamentary procedure, will know from her own experience, the proffering of a written ministerial statement does not preclude the possibility of oral exchanges. While such exchanges do not seem set to take place today, there is every possibility that they can and will take place on a subsequent day, and the Honourable Lady can look forward to that possibility with eager anticipation. Yes, very well. Point of order, Mike Gapes.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Further to the previous point of order, I heard the radio this morning and I heard the Secretary of State speaking about these issues on the radio. Is it not discourteous that she spoke on the radio before she came to this House to announce a change of government policy?
I didn't hear the interview. There has been considerable focus this week on Parliament and how matters should be handled. Let me say, for the avoidance of doubt, in terms so clear as to brook of no misunderstanding, that if a change in government policy is to be announced, especially on a major matter that has been the subject of considerable controversy, it is proper for that announcement of a change first to be made to the House. A statement, of course, is a form of speech, but is then customarily followed by substantial interrogation. So if somebody can make a speech outside the House, it is perfectly open to that person to make a statement in the House. Respect for the House, and in particular, are concerned. Point of order, Neil Coyle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And further to the same point, for the issue being raised, the Work Committee Select Committee has published a report today calling for this exact change of policy. The Secretary of State has given multiple interviews this morning, well before any written statement has been put before the House. So what measures does the House have to hold the Secretary of State for account for a clear breach of where the announcement came, which looks very much like an attempt to remove negative headlines and try and get some positive government press coverage?
Nothing can be done immediately. There is, as far as I can see, no scope for bringing the Secretary of State to the Chamber today, unless she were to offer to come later in our proceedings, and that request could be entertained. But otherwise, I think that the honourable gentleman will have to content himself with the likely prospect of exchanges early next week. Point of order, Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This does seem to be an all too regular occurrence now, where announcements by this government are made outside of this House. Of course, it is open to honourable members as well to seek your permission for an urgent question where a government announcement is not made. But can I ask, sir, when such consideration is being given by your office, will consideration be given to, if an issue is perhaps not urgent because it's been dealt with by a written statement a couple of days earlier, but the government has not offered any opportunity for honourable members to question orally? Would that be taken into account?
Yes, well, I'm extraordinarily grateful to the honourable gentleman for gently advising me on these matters. The short answer is yes, it certainly would be taken into account. I think, as the clerk of the House just swivelled round to say to me, he thinks that my record on this subject is pretty clear. And what I would say to the honourable gentleman, who again is a keen student of parliamentary procedure, is this: context is all. Context is all. The context of the situation is of the highest importance. So the fact that there might have been some days' coverage of the issue, in some people's minds rendering a parliamentary treatment less urgent, is not the only consideration. The question is, was the House informed? Does the House wish to air the issue? Is there an appetite to question the Minister? And the Speaker takes all of these considerations into account, and I don't think that the honourable gentleman need feel any anxiety on that front. Point of order, Lena Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would seek your guidance on how I can best explain to my constituents why we're here for a sixth day of debate, when in early December we were meant to have a vote on a deal that has not largely changed on the 11th of December. It is now the 11th of January. 77 days to go until exit day. So I seek advice from the Speaker. How can we solicit a vote today so we can get on with rejecting this doomed deal and start looking at other options like a people's vote?
Well, I'm very sorry to disappoint the honourable lady, but she inquires how a vote can be forced today, and the answer is that there is not scope to do so. The business of the House motion was passed as amended on Wednesday, and if the honourable lady can contain herself, and I do understand her frustration and irritation on this matter, she should have an opportunity to vote on Tuesday. Meanwhile, and she can always communicate to her constituents, as I rather imagine she will, that she was present and correct. She was in her place, seeking to contribute and reminding the House of the sequence of events that has recently unfolded. I'm sorry that I can't offer any better prospect to the honourable lady than votes on Tuesday, but I think that the rest is history. If there are no further points of order, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Section 13(1)(b) of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018, adjourned debate on question.
Now, sir.
Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. I call the Secretary of State for the Home Department, Secretary Sajid Javid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next week, this House will be asked to make one of the most momentous parliamentary decisions. We will be asked to support my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's Brexit deal. Each and every one of us will have to make a choice which will determine the future of the United Kingdom. And I am clear that the deal on the table is the best option available for ensuring an orderly exit from the European Union, and the best option for delivering the Brexit that people voted for in the referendum. Mr. Speaker, the deal will have a significant impact on the UK's immigration system, and it will protect EU citizens' rights. Concern over uncontrolled immigration from the EU was a major factor in the decision to leave the EU. People wanted control over immigration. They wanted future decisions on UK immigration policy to be taken in this country and by this Parliament. And they wanted immigration brought down to sustainable levels. And that is what this deal delivers. Just before Christmas, I published the Immigration White Paper, which set out the government's plans in more detail. This drew heavily on the advice of the Independent Migration Advisory Committee, to whom I repeat my thanks for their thorough and comprehensive analysis. I will take a couple of interventions. I think there's one from there, then I'll come there.
I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way. I'm grateful for him for beginning his remarks by confirming that a major and possibly the major factor in the referendum was immigration. He'll be aware that yesterday, when my honourable friend from Perth and North Perthshire stood almost exactly here and said exactly the same thing, he was held down by protest from Conservative backbenchers, some of whom are still here today. Does he have any indication why it is, when it comes from the Secretary of State for the Home Department, his backbenchers accept that when the same truth is told by the SNP, it gets held down in protest? Is it that they only like to hear things from themselves and they can't face accepting the truth from anybody else?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the moment the honourable gentleman was referring to, I was here in the chamber yesterday. I don't recognise that description at all. What I do recognise is that in this House, over a number of years, there's been debates on immigration, and one of the issues that that honourable members have reflected from their constituents is a concern over increasing levels of immigration and a need to take more control, and that is exactly what this deal delivers. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way so early in his speech. The number one priority for most countries, particularly in Asia, when doing trade deals, is to loosen the immigration policies of the UK government so they can get more people working and living in this country. So given the Home Secretary has confirmed that the government stands by its policy of cutting net migration to tens of thousands, how does he propose reconciling that number with trade deals with other countries?
Well, I think what the honourable gentleman has highlighted is that because we are leaving the EU, we can actually contemplate for the first time having our own trade deals with other countries, such as in Asia or elsewhere in the world. And when such trade deals are struck, there are clearly deals to be made on services and the trade of goods, and each time we would look carefully to do whatever it takes to work in the British national interest in striking new trade deals. Now, I want to make some progress, and then I will, just the honourable gentleman, then I'll make some progress.
Grateful. Will he take this opportunity to condemn the leaflet put out by Vote Leave during the campaign, saying that 75 million Turks would be coming into our country over the next few years?
Mr. Speaker, we all know that particular information was completely incorrect, and there are members of Vote Leave at the time that have also spoken against that particular leaflet. So we don't want to rerun the debate, but that information was wrong, and I'm happy to say myself that of course it was. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the report and the advice from the Independent Migration Committee. What the MAC looked at in detail was the impact of European migration on the UK economy and society, and they produced recommendations based on their analysis. The White Paper was also informed by my own discussions with honourable and right honourable members, as well as businesses and civil society groups up and down the country. The White Paper outlined our intention to build a new immigration system founded on the principle that entry to the UK should be on the basis of skill rather than nationality, and that the existing automatic preference for EU citizens will end. Alongside this, I also introduced the Immigration Bill. The bill is a key step to ending free movement once and for all. For the first time in over 40 years, we will have full control over our borders. The decisions over who comes to the UK will be firmly in our hands. We will ensure that all people coming into this country will need to have permission to do so. But control over immigration does not mean closing our door or turning our back on immigration. Far from it. Our country is far stronger because of immigration. It's stronger economically, culturally, socially, stronger in every way because of immigration. And I am determined to continue to have an immigration system that welcomes the very best talent from across the world, helping us to build an open, welcoming and outward-looking post-Brexit Britain. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. He'll be well aware of the immense contribution of citizens from around the world, but in particular the EU in Worcestershire, where they make an immense contribution to the local economy. The deal on the table, though, gives them the reassurance and comfort that they have the right to stay, that they are welcome, and that that is the best to give them the peace of mind. Does he agree?
Mr. Speaker, of course I agree absolutely with my friend, especially when it comes to Worcestershire, our home county, and I will be turning to that specific point in a few minutes, and I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I listen very closely to what the Secretary of State just said right now about the benefits of immigration. He will know that there are many pressures on our public services up and down this country, in particular on our National Health Service. And already it is so difficult, particularly for GP surgeries, for example, to recruit people from across Europe or from beyond Europe. And their concerns lie in that post-March 29th, they will have to pay an inordinate amount and have to spend an incredible amount of time processing the documents in order to get the doctors that we so desperately need, because we have a shortage of GPs and many other healthcare professions. We have a vacancy rate of 10% in our National Health Service.
First of all, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to talk about the benefits to our public services, the health service from immigration, so in terms of doctors and nurses, for example. That's already been partly recognised with the change that I made last year to the Tier 2 cap, removing nurses and doctors from the cap. But this new immigration system, as is set out in the White Paper, and it refers specifically to benefits for our public sector, I think is perfectly compatible with the needs of our public sector. Mr. Speaker, the White Paper also sets out proposals for a secure and streamlined border. EU visitors will be able to come to the UK without a visa and will be able to continue to use e-gates. But in keeping with our position that the EU should not automatically receive preferential treatment, we announced at the end of last year that the use of e-gates would be extended later this year to nationals of Australia, Canada, Japan, New Zealand, Singapore, South Korea and the United States. This is evidence that the UK is open for business and committed to ensuring the swiftest possible entry for visitors. I'll make some progress and I'll come back to the Honourable in a moment. In line with the Migration Advisory Committee's advice, our future immigration system will also contain a route for skilled workers, and we will be expanding the definition of skilled workers to encompass those in mid-skilled occupations too. The route will be uncapped, and we are removing the resident labour market test for highly skilled workers. The Migration Advisory Committee argued that this burdened businesses with unnecessary bureaucracy and was ineffective. Both of these changes will greatly assist businesses and speed up processes. We'll also retain the protections which exist for British workers, such as the skills charge. And for intermediate skilled jobs, we will be engaging with employers and businesses and consider whether a form of the resident labour market test would still be appropriate. I will.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He's been very generous with his time. But does he envisage with this sort of approach, how would it work with the likes of someone, say, such as Steve Jobs' dad, who came, I think, from Syria, how would people like that actually come into this country and actually reflect the future prosperity and wealth of this nation?
Well, if the honourable gentleman bears with me as I make some progress through my remarks, I think he will be able to see what routes of entry we have for those who bring talent and skill to our country. Mr. Speaker, the Migration Advisory Committee has recommended that the salary threshold for the skilled worker route is £30,000, and there has, of course, been a lively debate already on that particular point. We will be running a 12-month process of engagement with business, with employers, with universities and others, and only at the conclusion of that work will we determine the level at which the threshold should be set. And in any case, we will retain the shortage occupation list, which allows for a lower threshold in jobs such as nurses, where there are shortages. There will also be a new route for workers at any skill level, but only on a temporary basis for a temporary period. This will allow businesses to have the staff they need as we move to the new immigration system, but it also gives them a clear incentive to invest more in training young British people now. Access to low-skilled labour from abroad should never be a substitute for investment in the skills of British people. Our new system will ensure that it is not. Members of this House have pointed out that agriculture has a particular reliance on migrant labour, and I have listened carefully to these concerns, and we will be piloting a seasonal agricultural workers scheme in the spring, and this announcement has already been well received. I will.
Very, very grateful for him giving way. What evidence does he have that employers aren't already trying through apprenticeships and other schemes to train local talent from young people? For example, in the construction industry in Oxfordshire, they tell me they are desperate to, but they can't do it with the local population alone. What evidence does he have that it's the case that people aren't training young people from this country and that they aren't trying, in fact, to do both?
Well, the Honourable Lady asked about evidence, and right at the start of my remarks I referred to the Migration Advisory Committee, which is an independent body which went out and did a lot of research on the impact of European migration. So that's one point of evidence. The report was published in September. It sounds like the Honourable Lady hasn't read that report. I suggest she does. There's a lot of evidence on these issues in that report. But it is also self-evident for many employers that for some of them that it is all too easy to reach out and get labour from abroad when they could actually look at domestic labour and invest in skills, and that is not happening at the right scale we want to see, and this immigration system will absolutely encourage that. I will make some progress and then I'll take some further interventions. The white paper also sets out that the UK will continue to be open and welcoming to international students. Numbers of international students at our universities are currently at record levels, and I can reiterate that there will be no cap on the number of international students that we accept. This will mean that more students will get the opportunity to enjoy the world-class education that our universities have to offer. And to help our universities to compete for the best talent around the world and to help our economy, we are also increasing the period for which international students in higher education can remain in the UK at the end of their studies, giving them greater opportunities to find skilled work. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary for giving way. On the point of availability of alternative British workers, what does he say to Hospitality UK, for example, who point out that there aren't enough unemployed young Londoners to fill the post if just 15% of the current hotel workforce were not available through either visa restrictions or leaving the European Union, or in rural areas, to farmers who are desperate for a large, low-skilled, fruit-picking workforce that simply isn't available in the local community?
Mr. Speaker, what I would say to the hospitality sector and others that would have a concern about the end of freedom movement is that it is perfectly possible to have your own independent immigration policy without freedom of movement, as many other countries do with successful hospitality sectors, and to cater for the needs of all sectors. And that is what this balanced package, that's what this immigration package achieves. And we have been speaking to many different industrial sectors, including that sector. We'll continue to listen, but I believe that what we have set out absolutely will meet their needs. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Grateful to him for giving way. He's just said that there will be no cap on international students, but yet the government is including international students in its migration targets. So how is he going to square that circle?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the decision about what's included in immigration statistics or what is not included is an independent decision for the Office of National Statistics. I have discussed it with them, and we have, last year, we asked the Migration Advisory Committee to also look into the issue. Their recommendation was actually to keep the number in statistics, reflecting the fact that students, although most students would, at the end of their studies, most students leave the country, that it does have an impact on infrastructure and public services in the country. That said, I'm very sympathetic to that issue, but I would just take this opportunity to remind her that it is an independent decision for the Office of National Statistics. On this point,
very grateful to the Home Secretary. He is being incredibly generous. So the Home Secretary in the last few minutes has said no cap on international students, hospitality sector will be fine, agriculture will be fine, trade deals will be fine, despite the #1 priority for most countries with a trade deal to loosen up the visa regime. So how can any of that, and be honest with the public, it's about time the government started to be honest with the public, how can any of that be compatible with cutting net migration to tens of thousands? It's a lie, isn't it?
Order. For the avoidance of doubt, the honourable gentleman isn't suggesting that a minister would lie in this chamber. For one moment.
The manifesto pledge of cutting net migration to tens of thousands seems, on the basis of the answers, to be the lie, not the minister himself. He can
Grateful. He's what, sorry?
Clarify that when it comes to the dispatch box.
Situation, but there is no allegation of personal dishonour against the Home Secretary. We're grateful. The Home Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, by focusing on higher skilled migration and not low skilled migration, this package is perfectly capable of reducing immigration. Indeed, I believe it will, to much lower, much more sustainable levels. Mr. Speaker, another very important aspect of our future immigration system is that it's designed to meet the needs of the entire United Kingdom. Immigration is a reserved matter, but it's important that we take into account the particular circumstances of different parts of the UK. That is why we will continue with our policy of a shortage occupation list to meet the needs of Scotland, and we will also be considering similar measures for Wales. In recognition of Northern Ireland's very particular position as the only part of the UK which will have a land border with the EU, we are also asking the MAC to compile a separate shortage occupation list for Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to reaffirm the importance of our relationship with the Republic of Ireland. We are long-standing friends, allies and partners, and we will preserve the common travel area as well as the rights which Irish citizens enjoy. There is an unbreakable bond between the people of the UK and the Republic of Ireland, and that will never change. Together, these changes will deliver a system which backs employers, gives them access to highly skilled workers, whilst also ensuring them to drive up productivity and wages, and one which supports public services that we all rely on, giving them access to the skilled workers that they need. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I have...
Will the Home Secretary
I will.
Very quickly. He said he could never contemplate anything that would put Northern Ireland in a different position. Why then does the withdrawal agreement in the backstop proposals specifically do that and create a border down the Irish Sea, the government having pledged repeatedly that they would not even contemplate such a thing, but it's now in the agreement in black and white in the Northern Ireland Protocol?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend will know, and he makes an observation about the withdrawal agreement. Of course it includes the backstop, but the government's intention is to avoid the backstop altogether. And even if there was a need to have we hadn't reached a final agreement within the 2-year period, which I believe we absolutely can, there's an option for the government to extend the implementation period, which would avoid the issue that my honourable friend has highlighted. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I have outlined so far are some significant changes to our immigration system which will be implemented in a phased approach from 2021. However, in some other areas, there will be continuity rather than change. EU citizens already living here will continue to be able to live their lives here much as they do now. We value their significant contribution to the UK, and whatever happens, as we've said many times before, we want them to stay. We know how important our EU friends are to our economy, to our society, to our families, to our history, and also to our future. We've launched a series of trials of the EU settlement scheme, and I'm pleased to say that they have all gone well so far. The scheme will be open to all EU citizens living in the UK by the 30th of March and will be run in the event of deal or no deal. The scheme is designed to be short, to be simple and user-friendly, and we need everyone to participate. Now, some right honourable and honourable members have questioned why we need such a scheme in the first place. One of the reasons that we need it is to have a clear picture of who is in the country. And I saw firsthand from Windrush the problems of not having a comprehensive registration scheme, and we cannot allow something like that ever to happen again. The decision made many decades ago not to have a suitable registration scheme for Commonwealth citizens in the UK was in hindsight a huge mistake, and I will not repeat it on my watch. There will be a proper, easy-to-use scheme in place for our EU friends so that their rights are protected. We will have to communicate this clearly to ensure the scheme is fully used, but our message to EU citizens throughout is absolutely clear. Deal or no deal, we want you to stay. Although we have made it very clear that after Brexit, EU citizens will be able to continue their lives much as before, not all EU member states have made a similar commitment to British citizens living in their countries. In fact, there are a number of countries who have given no public assurances of the status of British nationals in their countries in the event of no deal. Mr. Speaker, I think this is unacceptable, and I urge them to do so without any further delay. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have outlined today what this deal means for immigration. For the first time in a generation, we will be able to build an immigration system that is designed in Britain, made in Britain, and serves only our national interest. The deal protects not only EU citizens living in the UK, but also UK nationals living in the EU. But it also goes much further. It's about protecting our economy, our security, and creating an immigration system of which we have full control. Yes, the deal is a compromise. No one is claiming that it is perfect, but it is the only deal on offer that provides an orderly exit from the EU. And the fact is that the clock is ticking. Now is the time for everyone to get behind this deal. It's in our hands to decide if we want this deal, no deal, or indeed no Brexit at all. And I know which option I prefer, and I urge all honourable and right honourable members to join me in supporting this deal.
The question is as on the order paper. Diane Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Home Secretary too for his remarks. This is probably the most important debate that the House of Commons will engage in this generation. Because it is easy to get lost in the parliamentary tactics and the technocratic detail, but this is actually a debate about the future of this country and what sort of Britain we want to be. It has become, particularly in recent weeks, an excessively polarised debate. On this side of the House, that we are committed to honouring the referendum vote. And more than that, we understand what moved so many millions of our fellow citizens to vote for Brexit. And just to make the point that we shouldn't be excessively polarised.
I'm extremely grateful. She says we are committed to honouring the referendum vote. Does she mean that we will support Brexit, even if it damages the very communities that we as Labour members of Parliament represent?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his helpful intervention. Actually, the position of the Labour Party was set out in the manifesto, which both he and I campaigned on, and we are committed to a jobs-first Brexit, which will not harm our economy. But I repeat, we want to honour the referendum vote. And I would remind the House that I won't take lectures from the Home Secretaries on the iniquities of the EU. I have an immaculate record of voting against all measures of further EU integration. In fact, I remember very clearly voting against the vital clauses in the Maastricht Treaty. And the reason I remember was because at that time, both front benches were in support of the Maastricht Treaty. And those of us who wanted to vote against it had to stay up to the middle of the night to cast our vote. So I remember it very clearly. But don't lecture this side on what is problematic about the EU. We campaigned in the referendum on Remain and reform, and we do not resile from the point that there are aspects of the EU that needed reform. So we don't want to see on this side an excessively polarised debate. However, we are now resuming the debate after the longest parliamentary interruption in modern times. And members opposite ought to be a little embarrassed about this long interregnum in the debate and the fact that even at this late stage, it seems that they will have great difficulty in getting their deal through. I want to deal with the issues that the Home Secretary has raised, but first of all, I want to deal with issues of safety and security, because there is an argument that there is no important responsibility for the government of the day than securing the safety and security of the United Kingdom. So the Home Secretary will be aware that just this week, 2 ex-MI6 and defence chiefs went on record as urging Conservative MPs to vote against this deal because it threatens national security. And I would put it to the Home Secretary that ex-heads of MI6 and ex-defence chiefs might know a little bit more about security than the Home Secretary or even myself. We believe, I want to make some progress with this part of my speech, but I will give way in due course. I will give way in due course. We believe that this deal treats issue of safety and security with a degree of recklessness. This deal, as it stands, potentially abolishes the complex and highly effective cooperation that has been established between this country and other members of the EU in the areas of freedom, justice and security. It will constitute an ultra-hard Brexit in each of these areas and will potentially have severely negative consequences in all of them. There is a long list of vital security and policing tools that will be lost under this agreement. As matters stand, the European arrest warrant will go, along with real-time access to the Europol database. There is as yet nothing to allow access to Schengen Information System 2 or the Eurojust cooperation that currently exists to continue. If I can, in due course, when I've completed my remarks around security. There is also no agreement to ensure that this country's systems will be regarded as adequate for data protection, which would block mutual database access. Separately, on migration, there's a continuing lack of clarity on the extent to which the UK will continue to cooperate with the EU on the common European asylum system, which is relevant as future cooperation will now need to go beyond tackling only irregular migration. All of these failures will have severe consequences for policing, for security cooperation, and for key areas of freedom and justice. Currently, across Europe, our police and security agencies can access each other's data in real time to monitor the movement of drug and people traffickers, organised criminals and terrorists. The serial failing of this government means that large parts of this may well be going if we vote for this deal. I'll give way, sir.
She prayed in aid the former head of MI6, Sir Richard Dearlove, and the former Chief of the Defence Staff, Lord Guthrie, near the beginning of her remarks. But they want to leave the European Union without this agreement. They do not support what she is saying, and she seemed to be linking their name with what she is now saying. That would be misleading if that was her intention. I'm sure she doesn't intend to do so.
I'm sorry if the Honourable Gentleman doesn't think I was clear. I agree with what they are saying about security. I'm not attempting to link their views to anything else I may say in this speech.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. Unfortunately, not everybody does agree with that viewpoint, and in fact on Twitter in the last few minutes, Lord Ricketts, the former National Security Advisor, has said the claims in this letter are nonsense. Our intelligence links with the US have nothing to do with the EU and would be unaffected by the deal. I think I'd rather believe Lord Ricketts than the Right Honourable Lady.
I'm not asking the House to believe me. I am simply drawing to the attention of the House what former heads of MI6 and defence chiefs have said. It is for the House to weigh up what value they give to those gentlemen's opinion.
And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, it would help if I respond to that remark as well, because I have a great deal of respect for Lord Guthrie and Sir Richard Dearlove, but on this particular issue in this letter, they are wrong. There is nothing in this deal that changes our relationship with NATO, with our US allies as intelligence partners, or indeed with our wider Five Eyes partners. Nothing at all.
Hear, hear. First of all, much of that hasn't been decided. It's part of the future political framework. But furthermore, it is for the House and the public watching this debate to decide what weight they give to the opinions of former heads of MI6 and former heads of the defence chiefs. And let me say this. The point I'm making is that it seems to me that the Home Secretary has been a little careless in his assurances around security and the safety of the nation. And it is at least debatable whether this deal gives us the assurance we need.
Thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. She mentioned data and adequacy. I'm sure she's well aware that the UK actually leads the world in this area, and we're highly confident that actually we will be adequate, in fact more than adequate, because the EU has followed many of the things we've led rather than the other way round. So rather than spread fear, perhaps you can have confidence that the UK will indeed lead and continue to lead in these areas.
I appreciate that the honourable gentleman is speaking in good faith. But I was with other colleagues in Brussels before Christmas, and they were clear there, the key stakeholders on issues of security, that the position we're in at this point, without a security treaty, is highly problematic. It may be at this point we lead the world on data security, but we have to give the type of assurances that the EU will accept if we are to have any chance of continuing cooperation going into the future. Many of the operational treaty functions in these areas, security and the safety of the realm, derive solely from our membership of the European Union. We believe on this side it's the height of a responsibility to abandon these arrangements without any plan or, in some cases, any possibility of replacing them. And much of this problem arises from the Prime Minister's own red lines. For example, her insistence on removing the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice without providing an alternative. Any warrant needs oversight and the possibility of judicial appeal. The Prime Minister must have known that when she made it a red line, or she was irresponsible if she did not know that. All along, Labour has upheld 6 tests that any deal would have to meet in order for us to vote for it. The 5th of these tests is, does it protect national security and our capacity to tackle cross-border crime? And I put it to the Treasury bench that on the basis of what we know, this deal will not necessarily protect national security and our capacity to tackle cross-border crime. And on that grounds alone, we believe the Prime Minister has failed to meet this test. This deal is not even close. Theresa May and this government have delivered only a hard Brexit on security, justice, police and freedom. And on that basis, we on this side of the House will not be voting for it. But I come to the question of immigration, because all the polling shows us that when we look at why people voted leave, concerns about migration were an important factor. So it's very important with going forward in negotiating Brexit that we deal with these issues in a coherent way, and that we deal with these issues in a fair way. We deal with these issues in a way which are not designed to excite public passions, and we deal with these issues in a way, above all, which is in the best interest of society, the economy, jobs and business. And I'm afraid on this side, we don't believe that currently this is what the government is doing. The government has finally produced an immigration bill of sort, but what does it say? Actually, it says very little. Front and centre of this bill is a declaration that freedom of movement will be ending, but the government hasn't actually told us what will replace it. This matters because, as I've said, immigration is a key issue. It was an important issue before, during and after the June 2006 referendum. And the Treasury bench may not think that, but millions of our constituents do think that, and millions of our constituents are anxious that we get this issue right. So beyond the purely declaratory ending of freedom of movement, which under the government's plan falls anyway, is it really true that the promised clampdown in net migration is really coming? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that the White Paper offers no such promise. Instead, it's replete with assurances that businesses large and small will be able to maintain or even increase their access to labour from overseas. There are literally dozens of these assurances. So to all those who voted leave to reduce or even end net migration, there's a possibility that they will be disappointed. We will be debating the immigration bill next week, and we will have a number of questions to the Home Secretary. What has happened?
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Home Secretary giving way. Does she agree with me that when the government says that people voted on the issue of immigration, actually for many people immigration was a proxy for the pressure that 8 years of austerity measures, 6 years at that point, had put on public services, people who felt they couldn't see a GP on time or into hospital due to pressure on the NHS. Does she agree that that's where people felt that somehow immigration had caused concern for them and their family?
I agree with my honourable friend. Very often when people raise concerns about migration, it's a proxy for other concerns. But nonetheless, the government has a responsibility to come forward with proposals on migration that are good for the society, good for business and good for our economy. On the question of EU citizens, the Home Secretary has made a number of assurances about EU citizens, but we've not heard so much about EU citizens and their families. And there can be no question that the process of actually registering over 3 million EU citizens could well be problematic. And on the basis of the immigration nationalities record in the past, there must be some concern.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. She said there's been a lack of clarity around what to do with EU nationals' families, but actually there's been a number of statements by government that have clarified what the rights that people have to go back to their families in Europe and to bring their spouses and children over. So it's not a lack of clarity, it's merely a lack of reading from the Right Honourable Lady.
It's that tone which has done so much to damage people's good faith in where the government is going on this issue. I have met with lawyers who specialise in these issues. I have met with EU nationals who have concerns around these issues, and there is no question that very many EU nationals still have very real concerns about the process and very real concerns about their families and dependents. And rather than adopt that tone, the Honourable Gentleman would be better advised to speak to EU nationals and find out their concerns for himself.
Oh, sit down.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I have spoken to my constituents, a number of whom are EU nationals. I have fought to get them passports. I've made sure their rights are heard. I hear them every single week. I've had people in tears in my office, and because of the clarity of information given, I'm able to help the constituents and fight for their rights and secure their place in the United Kingdom. The information is there. I want a quality debate. So do our constituents. So let's stick to the fact, not the fiction.
I'm glad the Honourable Gentleman is keeping up with his casework, but if he talks to organisations that represent EU nationals as a whole, if he talks to lawyers nationally who deal with these issues, he would know there is still too much that is not resolved. Above all, what is not resolved is the capacity of the Immigration Nationality Department to effectively process over 3 million EU nationals. And the
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. I just wanted to reassure her that, as she will know, the EU Settled Status Scheme has been in its private beta testing. We've completed both Phase 1 and Phase 2. Phase 3 is going to open on the 21st of this month. And it's absolutely because we want to make sure that it works for the individuals, that we can give them the reassurance that we need, that before we require to have the system open, and in every major IT programme, as the Right Honourable Gentleman will know too well, it's much better to go through a testing process than launching it straight away. And I just want to reassure the Right Honourable Lady, in case she'd missed it, that's exactly what we're doing.
I'm aware aware of the testing process. I'm aware of the issues that have arisen. I'm also aware that the testing process has involved people who have volunteered to take part. The challenge will arise when the mass of EU migrants choose to go through that process. And I will remind the Honourable Lady in the months to come about her complacency about her system.
Would my right honourable friend give way?
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Can I just assure her, Mr. Speaker, that I'll speak to her with respect and not with the patronising tone of the Minister for Immigration. But further to these points, particularly from the member for Ockham and South Perthshire, every single statement that was made by the government was contradicted by a further statement from the government, either in this House or outside in the press, on the way that their proposal was going to be implemented. So if there was any confusion in the minds of EU citizens here, was it not the problem that was caused actually by the ministers themselves, contradicting themselves?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Yes, one of the problems was ministers actually contradicting themselves. But I repeat, in the months to come, I will be reminding the minister about her complacency about this system. And I remind her also, this is not just a matter for toing and froing in the House of Commons. This is people's lives, and this is people's families, and this is their security, and also it is business. It is concerned about what is going to happen to valued employees. So we need to move beyond point scoring, and we need to address the people who will suffer if this system doesn't function.
Order, just before the Honourable Lady takes the intervention, there's quite a lot of chuntering from a sedentary position going on. One honourable member who's been here 3.5 years, and I know regularly auditions for the status of senior member of the House, well, he can shake his head, but I'm telling him what his behaviour conveys to me. He's normally a good-natured fellow, but he's chuntering too much. His role, if he's a PPS, I think, is to fetch and carry notes and to nod in the appropriate places. He should remain silent. No, but...
Yes, that was enough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On this issue of the people affected, is it not true that there's already a 300,000 backlog at the Home Office of people waiting for decisions before EU citizens are even added to that queue? Is it not also a fact that the Prime Minister accused EU citizens working and contributing to our country of queue jumping? And isn't it, in cheerleading the end of freedom of movement, is the government not sticking two fingers up at the 60 million British people who wish to travel and work in the 27 other EU member states, who will lose out under this government's plans?
Well done, Neil. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his intervention. And as he said, there is already a backlog of people wishing to enter your beta testing system. If I were the Treasury bench, I would be a little more humble about the possibilities for their system. Because, as I've said, this is real people's lives. And it's also the concern of business, that the concerns about how this system will actually work.
You shouldn't get away with it.
Do you know, in moving to close my remarks, let me say this. In my lifetime, I have seen issues around migration and thinking and the public debate around migration largely move forward. It says something for that forward movement that the two people facing each other across the dispatch box this morning are both the children of migrants, albeit coming from diametrically opposed political positions. The concern about a heated and toxic debate around Brexit and migration is that we might go backwards in terms of the general debate, not go forward. And people who have seen some of the scenes outside the House of Commons this week and in past weeks would be do well to be concerned about the possibility of going backwards. We have seen some very unpleasant scenes, very unpleasant attacks on members of Parliament going about their business, on journalists. Even a black policeman was abused by these Brexit campaigners. It is important that we are all mindful that it's important to have a debate which moves forward, that doesn't look back, that doesn't excite passions, and which at all times acknowledges the important role that migration has played in this country and hopefully will continue to play in building this country. So we need, not in an effort to pander to certain elements of the British electorate, we need in this House at least to maintain a respectful and a serious debate around issues of migration. On the question of EU migrants, I repeat, from what we know about the Windrush and from what many of us know from dealing with the Immigration National Department in our individual advice surgeries and with our individual caseloads, there has to be doubt about the capacity of the Immigration Nationality Department to process over 3 million people speedily and efficiently. On the question of security and the safety of the realm, I have reminded the House of the concerns there are about this, both amongst stakeholders, former heads of MI6 and defence chiefs, but also in Brussels. I don't know if members opposite have had the occasion to go to Brussels and talk to stakeholders and talk to some of our commissioners. If they had done that, they would be aware of the very real concern. So whether it's about migration, whether it's about EU migrants, whether it's about safety and security, we do not believe that this deal meets the tests we have set out. We regret the fact that there's been such a huge break in this debate, but we resume the debate, and we are saying on this side of the House that we will not be voting for this deal. It is wholly dishonest to say it's either this deal or nothing. Wholly dishonest. We will not be voting for this deal. We believe the country deserves better. We believe it doesn't engage with the very serious issues around security and migration that it needs to. And we will be going through the lobby to vote it down. And I only hope that the Treasury bench have a plan B.
Thank you. Sir Nicholas Soames.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start, Mr. Speaker, by saying that I agree very strongly with the Right Honourable Lady about what she says about the tone of this debate, and I propose to say something about that. And may I also say that I agree with her that this debate does indeed take place as we approach a very sombre and important moment in the history of our country. But I must take issue with her, respectfully, about the disappointingly inept intervention of Sir Richard Dearlove and Lord Guthrie on the question of security. I have taken very careful advice on what they said and looked into it extremely carefully, and I believe that their intervention is not only incorrect, but it is also inappropriate, and I deeply regret it. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have known many worse times in this country and some more dangerous times. But as the Right Honourable Lady rightly said, not since the war has this House, this Parliament faced a more important moment. And it is incumbent on us, and it is our duty, to recover our sense of proportion and to restore some dignity, reason and calm to this debate, both inside and outside the House. And I very strongly sense that the country is fed up with this debate and is desperate for us to come to an agreement. And for their Parliament, to finally rise to the occasion to see the country right. Mr. Speaker, in my speech to this House on the 6th of December,
I made plain, which I must do again, that I was a staunch Remainer, that I believe that our wonderful country has made an historically bad decision, but the decision they made to leave in the referendum of 2016, I believe very strongly must be honoured. I am very proud, Mr. Speaker, genuinely proud, to be able to speak in this debate as a Member of Parliament for 35 years, as a Privy Councillor, a former officer in the British Army, and as a loyal servant and subject of the Queen. And I say this because I hate, like many other members do, being regularly called a traitor in correspondence and elsewhere. Yeah. It is very necessary for the language surrounding this debate to calm down and for more respect and dignity to govern our debate, not necessarily in this House, which should be robust and is robust, but particularly outside, whereas the Right Honourable Lady quite rightly said we have seen the most disgraceful behaviour towards members of Parliament, journalists, and more especially, because we can take it, to members of the public. And what we are discussing here, Mr. Speaker, is but the beginning of a long journey. As my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, said in a very good speech winding up the other night, the withdrawal agreement is the unavoidable gateway, whether to a Canadian, Norwegian or a Chequers destination. It is therefore essential that Parliament is not so wet and timid and lacking in will that it cannot find a sufficient consensus to move forward on this first step and create the architecture and footings for the future negotiations once we have become a third country. I believe it would be quite wrong to postpone the Article 50 deadline, and that the House must be prepared to earn the undying contempt of the country if it simply does not have the collective will, discipline and sense of duty to come to an agreement. Yeah. The House has before it, Mr. Speaker, a sensible compromise agreement, not to everyone's taste, inevitably, drafted with the greatest care and agreed between all the members of the European Union to manage Britain's exit from the Union with the least possible disruption, whilst allowing progress to further steps down the road to good neighbourly relations which we all want in the very different future that lies ahead of us. In my judgment, sir, the outcome is plain and clear and staring us in the face, whatever might be our favourite solution. If the House votes against the one compromise proposal that is on the table, they will with absolute certainty be voting for chaos, with an outcome being very likely the precise opposite of that which they intended. And I remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that this compromise is the only agreement on offer, and to try to reopen it risks losing even that. I therefore urge the House to take into account that our exit from the EU is going to take a long time, and I think we should be clearer and franker with the public. We cannot expect arrangements and institutions that have grown together side by side in the interests of all sides over 45 years to be separated in one go without grievous damage to each side. And it therefore remains my view that the Prime Minister's plan has carefully and cleverly managed to try to separate Britain from the European Union. 45 years of combined and earnest endeavour and legislation with miraculously, frankly, minimal damage to both sides. We must keep it this way, for, Mr. Speaker, if only we could grasp it, there is a golden prize, given the circumstances. And I must say to honourable and right honourable friends, to my honourable and right honourable friends, and to my friends, I hope, my many friends on the other side of the House, that it would be extremely ill-judged to throw it away, and would, above all, be totally contrary to our national interest. My late father, Mr. Speaker, a former member of this House and for a time the leader of the other place, once said of these debates that if politics is the art of the possible, the art of the statesman must be to make possible that which is necessary. It is my judgment from talking to colleagues on both sides of the House that the real national consensus is actually for the deal on the table, warts and all, if only we could get there. We should realise that this really should no longer be a party political matter. And the public expect us, rightly, to work together across party lines to achieve a conclusion on this massive problem. I think that members of Parliament should be able to see that this is a prospect towards which there can be a gradual advance with the current compromise deal as a good first step. May I conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying again that I am deeply and genuinely sad that our extraordinary country has reached this very sorry pass. But I feel very strongly that we must not reject this amendment and thus descend into constitutional and, I'm afraid, administrative chaos. I am very strongly against what would be a divisive and poisonous and hateful second referendum campaign, and I believe Parliament must do its duty here and now and come to an agreement. So let us agree amongst ourselves. This country is not an island on its own. It is a proud nation whose success has always been derived from a wider world. Our history and our geography have given us great advantages. Our language is the way the world communicates. Our capital is one of the greatest cities in the world, and in every international and domestic fora elsewhere, people listen to the views of this country because of our great experience and expertise. We really should have the confidence to press on and to cease this appalling and pointless arguing, much of it on the head of a pin, and preserve and enhance the cohesion, the unity and the stability of our country. We are a humane, liberal-minded, tolerant, moderate nation. So let us now push on with the task at hand and show our electors and the world the kind of spirit and judgment they rightly expect from us.
Peter Grant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful finally to get the chance to contribute to this debate. I feel a bit in an unusual position. I think I'm speaking on day 6 of a 5-day debate, which is a privilege not granted to many. So I appreciate the chance to remind the House of some of the reasons why Scotland cannot accept and will not accept this deal, nor anything closely resembling it. Only some of the reasons, because we've only got 4 hours left and some other people want to speak as well. For me and for a great many of my fellow Scots, probably the most damaging and pernicious feature of this entire deal is the very thing the Prime Minister herself has chosen to list as its single biggest benefit. Because when she sent her email to all 650 MPs ahead of the original withdrawal agreement debate, what did the Prime Minister choose to put right at the top of her list of reasons for supporting it? She chose to put the fact that this withdrawal agreement means an end to free movement of people. The Secretary of State for the Home Department confirmed that today, and despite his protestations, there were howls of protest from the Conservative backbenches when my honourable friend made the same point yesterday. I find it astonishing from the comments of the Secretary of State for the Environment yesterday that this party of government seems more concerned about the welfare and free movement of racehorses than they are about the welfare and free movement of people. This party, the party opposite, believes that ending free movement of people is the best aspect of this deal. I beg to differ, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. In fact, if the end of free movement of people was all that this agreement did, that in itself would be more than sufficient reason to consign it to the dustbin. When I see young parents in my constituency in tears because the Scotland they have come to know and love as their home, the Scotland that has made them so welcome, will not be allowed to give the same welcome to their families. When I see our precious health and social care services on which members of my family rely on right now, when I see them plunged into crisis because this British government is deliberately making it harder for them to recruit the staff that they need, when I see my home country known throughout the world as one of the most welcoming and hospitable on the planet being dragged
into this mire of xenophobic, small-minded isolationism by a government that has been resoundingly rejected in every election my country has seen during my 58 years on planet Earth. The only response I can give, with any kind of conscience, is I will resist this with every cell in my body and for every second that it is granted to me to remain in this life. Mr. Speaker, if our people had been told the truth in 2014, if they had been told that the price of continuing to be governed from London was to be part of this vile policy, there would today be 59 fewer members in this Parliament, and the National Parliament of Scotland would be exercising full sovereignty as a full partner member of the European Union family. And isn't it utterly despicable? And I have to say to members on both sides of the House, look at yourself in the mirror, examine your conscience carefully. Those who deliberately in 2014 set out to target EU nationals who had the right to vote in our referendum because it was the right thing to do, those who targeted them and said you've got to vote to be ruled by Westminster because otherwise your future as EU citizens in Scotland could be under threat. And then for them to see the rights that they enjoy and the rights they expected their families to enjoy taken away from them as a result of a decision that their home country voted against and in a referendum that they were banned from taking part in. I really wonder how some people in this place can sleep peacefully at night, and I will give way.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He makes a very valid point about the 2014 referendum, and it is despicable when EU nationals' rights are played with as a bargaining chip. So can he speak to the then Deputy First Minister's Nicola Sturgeon point when she said 160,000 EU nationals in Scotland would be stripped of their rights to remain in Scotland if they didn't get access to the European Union, if Scotland didn't get access to the European Union. There's no unilateral guarantee like the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary have guaranteed on this side from Nicola Sturgeon then. So why is it OK for the SNP to use EU nationals as bargaining chips, but somehow when we guarantee EU national rights, we're despicable?
Can I first of all say to the honourable member, his government refused point blank to give the immediate unilateral guarantees that the Scottish Government asked for the day after the referendum. No, they refused point blank to do it. What Nicola Sturgeon was doing was pointing out to EU nationals in Scotland the danger of continuing to have an immigration policy that was reserved to this place. She was not stating what would happen in the event that Scotland became independent. She was warning about what might happen in the event that we didn't. And the honourable member knows perfectly well that the fears that are being expressed now by tens of thousands of people in Scotland are exactly the fears that they were warned about by the then Deputy First Minister at the time. And while I'm responding to the honourable gentleman, can I remind the House of one of the boasts he made when he intervened on the Shadow Home Secretary anyway? Because one of the things, unless I was very mistaken in what he said, one of the things that he's done for his constituents, he boasted that he has fought to get them passports. He has fought to get them a passport. This party is proud of the fact that people who have come here to live, to work, to contribute as a matter of right have now got to go to seek the services of a Member of Parliament to fight to be given the passport that should be theirs as a matter of right. If they think that is something to be proud of, Mr Speaker, then it demonstrates once again how far the moral compass of this government is from anything that could ever be accepted in Scotland. And that's only when we look at the moral and humanitarian arguments against what the British Government are seeking to impose on us. It would be bad enough embarking in such a regressive, socially divisive path if we thought it would make us better off. But the Government's own analysis, all of them, and they've done quite a few, in fact, just about every credible analysis ever done about the economic impact of free movement of people tells us it's good for the host nation and it's good for the peoples of the host nations. The Government's own analysis shows that no matter what Brexit scenario we end up in, ending free movement of people, slashing the rights of immigrants to come here, and by anything like the scale the Government intends to do, damages our economy. So even if we subscribed to the Thatcherite gospel that there's no such thing as society, that it's just a collection of individuals, even if we followed her creed of look after ourselves and to hell with everybody else, ending free movement of people would still be the wrong thing to do. To subscribe to this Government's anti-immigration and anti-immigrant philosophy We wouldn't just need to be selfish, we would need to be after flaming heat, Mr Speaker. And on the 19th of December, at the final PMQs of last year, I asked the Prime Minister to give me one single tangible benefit, just one single tangible benefit that my constituents would see that would compensate them for the social and economic damage that ending free movement of people we know will cause. She couldn't give a single example. If the Home Secretary wants to listen, I'll give him the chance now to stand and give one benefit to my constituents of ending free movement of people. And even if he was interested enough to listen, he wouldn't be able to give an example. I'll happily, in fact, give way to anybody in the Conservative benches who wants to take a chance now to answer the question that the Prime Minister dodged. Nobody wants to answer the question. No. Nobody on the Conservative benches. Nobody in the Conservative benches can identify a single tangible benefit that my constituents will see. The Conservatives, in fact, are telling me by their silence that I cannot vote for this deal, because they are telling me by their silence that ending free movement of people is not good for my constituents. So how dare they ask me to support it? The Prime Minister dodged the question, just the same as she and her successor ministers have dodged every difficult question they've ever been asked during the Brexit process. Indeed, the ongoing debacle over parliamentary scrutiny of this shambles demonstrates not only is this a Prime Minister and a government that's out of control, it's a Prime Minister and a government who will cynically play the card of parliamentary sovereignty when it suits them, but who will then use every trick in the book, and quite a few tricks that are not in the book, to try and stop us from doing the job we were elected to do. They spout the creed of parliamentary sovereignty sometimes, and they do everything possible to undermine parliamentary sovereignty at others. They went to court to try and stop Parliament from having any say in the triggering of Article 50. They whipped their own MPs, not successful in every case, but they whipped their own MPs to vote against allowing this debate even to happen. And I've noticed in every single day this debate has taken place that those who claimed it was an act of treason to allow this debate to take place haven't exactly been sloped backward about coming forward and asking to join in the debate at every opportunity. They abuse the privileged position they have in terms of setting parliamentary business to try and strip the meaningful vote of any actual meaning. And then, like bad loser, spoilt brat football managers the world over, they've even resorted to ganging up on the referee to complain and accuse him of cheating every time he gives an offside decision against them. Not only during the 90 regulation minutes of points of order on Wednesday, but the Leader of the House even tried to do it again during a wee bit of Fergie time yesterday morning. The government's mounting an intense campaign of what can only be described as misinformation to frighten Parliament, to frighten our citizens, to frighten businesses, to frighten everybody into believing that we have to accept this deal because it's the only possible deal and the only alternative is no deal. That's not true. That is simply and palpably not true. And the Prime Minister knows that it's not true. How can we be sure the Prime Minister knows it's not true? Because she's told us herself on at least half a dozen experiences that I can trace. She's said it at the dispatch box. She's said it in TV interviews. She has told us that it's not a simple choice between her deal and no deal, because in an attempt to scare the no deal brigade in her own party, she was forced to admit that if her deal fails, Brexit might not have to happen. When I saw that first reported on the BBC website, I thought it must be a mistake. But if it was, it's a mistake the Prime Minister has made almost every day since then. So the Prime Minister's clearly stated position is that we are not faced with a simple binary choice of hard deal or no deal. We do still have the option of keeping the deal we already have. Staying where you are is always an option. The status quo is always available. The best of all possible deals is the deal that we have right now. And I have to say to my colleagues and good friends on the Labour benches, the only deal that meets their 6 tests of an acceptable Brexit is the deal that we have right now. And if they could just get their act together and accept that, then between us we can stop this madness with absolute certainty. Earlier this week, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary Ndetsu, in what I have to say was the most shambolic appearance at a select committee I have ever seen, managed to walk into a trap and make an admission that he'd been trying for the whole meeting to avoid making. It was a trap that was set, presumably by mistake, for one of his own fellow hardline Brexiteers, because he was asked in terms, Minister, would you agree that by taking no deal off the table it weakens our hand in negotiations with the EU? And his reply was, I would. Yes. Think about that for a minute, apart from the slight technical point that there are no negotiations with the EU because the deal's been done and the negotiations are finished. Not only the Minister, but one of his ERG, an ERG hardline Brexiteer, has admitted that the government have it in their power to take no deal off the table. So why would they leave no deal on the table when they know and everybody knows that it's the worst possible outcome? Why would they try to force a situation where it is the only alternative, or they want us to believe it's the only alternative that is there? Why in recent weeks have they spent so much time and money telling businesses, trade unions, voluntary organisations and everybody else something that they know is not true? Well, only the government could answer that. But when you put it in the context of all the other shenanigans they've been up to, it seems obvious to me what they're doing. They know the Prime Minister's deal has absolutely no chance of getting through this House on its own merits. In fact, I think most ministers have known for months that as soon as the Prime Minister set her stupid red lines, there was no possibility of an acceptable deal that complied with those red lines. But instead of doing the right thing, instead of persuading the Prime Minister that she had to change her approach, they set out to try and topple the whole process. They were determined that the only vote we'd ever have, the vote, remember, that they don't want us to have at all, that vote would be rigged. They knew the only good thing about the Prime Minister's deal was that it wasn't quite as bad as no deal, so they set out to fabricate a situation in which they tried to tell us that no deal is the only alternative. That's why we're seeing the Prime Minister's almost Damascene conversion from no deal is better than a bad deal, which is in their manifesto, by the way. No deal is better than a bad deal. Suddenly, almost overnight, became any bad deal is better than no deal. Just one example of the hypocrisy, the double standards that we've seen from this government. Perhaps, in fact, the most brazen example of double standards that we've seen for the government, and that's saying something, was in a tweet earlier this week from Glenda.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's making a very powerful argument, and the right argument, that it's in Scotland's interest to stay a member of the European Union. But could he please explain to the House and to my constituents and to the people who are watching this in Scotland how we can make that argument whilst at the same time making the opposite argument that Scotland should pull itself out of its closest and most important union?
I'm delighted that the honourable member wants a debate on independence. Can I just suggest to him, be patient, because that debate is coming not because I want it, not because he wants it, but because the people of Scotland are demanding it. The simple answer to the question, of course, is that the nature of Scotland's union with this place is fundamentally different from the nature of the union, the partnership union of the European Union. But as I was saying, earlier this week, Glenn Campbell of the BBC, not Glenn Campbell, the Rhinestone cowboy, in case you're wondering, he tweeted, after he'd interviewed the Secretary of State for Scotland, his tweet said, Scottish Secretary at David Mundell DCT says, if PM's #Brexit deal is voted down, he doesn't see why MPs shouldn't be asked to vote on it again once they've had time to reflect. The Secretary of State for Scotland doesn't see why, having asked MPs to vote on the deal once, the government shouldn't come back and try again once we've had time to reflect. So it's okay for Conservative MPs, because that's who he's talking about, to be allowed to change their minds about the Prime Minister's deal. It's okay for Conservative MPs and their standing orders allow them at the end of this year to change their minds and have another go at removing the Prime Minister through another vote of no confidence. But it's not acceptable to allow the people the chance to confirm whether or not they have changed their minds. And to go back to the intervention from the Honourable Member from Edinburgh South, got it right, at the same time as this Parliament and these nations are being presented with a choice of at least two futures, the people of Scotland are faced with a choice of two futures as well. It's not a choice that they wanted to be forced into, it's not a choice that we wanted them to be forced into, because we have a situation where there was a majority vote to stay in the Union of the United Kingdom. There was a significantly bigger percentage majority vote to stay in the Union of the European Union. And through no fault of the people of Scotland, against the express wishes of the people of Scotland and our national parliament, we are being forced into a position where it is no longer possible to respect the results of both referendums. So Scotland, the people of Scotland, are going to have to decide which future they want. Which of these two unions is more important to us? Is it a true partnership of equals, which, as our friends in Ireland have seen, sees all other members show solidarity and support, even for relatively small members of that partnership? Or is it this so-called partnership where the powers of our Parliament are already being stripped back unilaterally by the British Government, as confirmed by Britain's own Supreme Court? Do they value more a union that was forged by the desire of former mortal enemies to work together to sustain peace and prosperity across a continent, or a union that was forged through bribery and corruption for the sole purpose of sustaining sectarian bigotry in the appointment to the high offices of state? Do they give most importance to a union which has at its core the fundamental belief that the exchange, the free movement of people, the free exchange of talents, the free exchange of ideas benefits us all? Or a union which denounces its citizens as queue jumpers and chooses to exploit them as bargaining chips? Because the exploitation of migrants as bargaining chips was not the policy of the Scottish Government, it was the stated policy of his colleague in the United Kingdom Government. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament faces a choice next week. That choice has got to be not the Prime Minister's deal or no deal. The choice has got to be the Prime Minister's Brexit or no Brexit. That is the choice this Parliament deserves and demands. That is the choice the people of these islands deserve and demand. And the time is coming, and I think it's going to be a lot sooner than most people in here expect, where at least one of the partners in this union, possibly more, but at least one of the partners in this union will see a demand from its citizens to be given a further choice. Do we want to remain part of a union which tramples on the rights of our citizens, which treats us as a second-class nation in this partner at every opportunity? Or do we want to remain part of the most successful trading partnership and one of the most successful partnerships for peace? A partnership which even now we have numerous other candidate members desperate to get into. And again, I'll give way if anyone on either of the benches, if anyone... You see, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of countries trying to get into the European Union. Nobody that has left the Empire of the United Kingdom has ever asked to come back. Nobody that has won their independence has ever asked to come back. I wonder why that might be. So, Mr. Speaker, we will be opposing this rotten deal next week. Not because we think that no deal is an option, but because we want and we demand the alternative, to give Parliament the choice to say, is this the Brexit that we expected, and if not, don't do it. We have to give that right to the people of these islands as well. Nobody was elected to this Parliament in 2017 on a no-deal Brexit manifesto. Nobody voted for a no-deal Brexit in the referendum. That wasn't one of the options. This Parliament and this government does not have the right to do anything that creates the danger of a no-deal Brexit without the explicit approval for such a course of action from the people of these islands. And for a government that claims to respect the democracy of the people or the democracy of Parliament to attempt to force the issue by effectively giving us a choice between would you like to voluntarily give us your money or would you like me to shoot you, that is not an acceptable choice, Mr. Speaker. It is not acceptable. It is anti-democratic. It is fundamentally wrong for the government to seek to turn this into a choice between do what the Prime Minister tells or leave without a deal. Not leaving is still an option. Not leaving must continue to be an option. And we will continue to press the case to allow the people to decide, do they want to accept the Prime Minister's Brexit, or having seen what it really means, having seen the disastrous impacts of the deal that the Prime Minister has achieved, do the people want to decide that the best deal we can ever get is the deal we already have?
Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the honourable member for Glenrothes, I can't help reflect on the fact that he followed the speech of my right honourable friend, the right honourable gentleman for Mid-Sussex, who called for calm and moderation in this debate. And I'm afraid I think some of the language that he used, the honourable member for Glenrothes used, rather failed to rise to that challenge. And for him now to call for a people's vote when he never for an instant accepted the result of the people's vote that we've already had, rather underlines the point about double standards raised by the honourable gentleman opposite. Now, I'm not giving way. He spoke for a very long time. I'm not giving way. I'm not giving way. I'm not giving way. But I will say this. Like him, I believe in the sovereignty of the people. And in fact, I believe in the sovereignty of the Scottish people. And the Scottish people spoke in 2014 and they voted to be part of the United Kingdom. And then the Scottish people, as the British people, took part in a referendum, the United Kingdom referendum in 2016. And the British people spoke. And I believe in their sovereign rights to be respected. So I'll rise to his challenge. The benefits the Scottish people are getting from leaving the European Union is the Scottish people are taking control of their own laws and their own money and control of their own... something dear to his heart, I imagine, the Scottish Parliament is going to have more power as a result of us leaving the European Union, and he seems to be very quiet about that. In the emergency debate on Tuesday, the 11th of December, Mr. Speaker, I emphasised the democratic legitimacy of the referendum vote. The Commons voted to give the decision to remain or leave to the voters by 544 votes to 53. And then we accepted that decision and invoked Article 50 by 494 votes to 122. Now, nobody could possibly question the courteous determination and sincerity of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who has strived so hard to secure an agreement from our EU partners acceptable to this House. But it now looks most unlikely that this draft agreement will be approved because this would leave the UK in a less certain and more invidious position than we are prepared to accept. Nevertheless, the EU Withdrawal Act, which sets the exit date as the 29th of March 2019, did pass this House. Now, this Act could have included an amendment that the Act should not come into force without an Article 50 withdrawal agreement. But we approved that Act, which provides for leaving the EU without a withdrawal agreement. And I think even my right honourable friend for Mid-Sussex voted for that Act. Parliament has now spoken. The Act makes provision for the so-called meaningful vote, but not for any kind of vote in this House to prevent Brexit without a withdrawal agreement. Democracy has been served. For some MPs now to complain that they did not intend to vote for what the Act provides for is rather lame. They may have held a different hope or expectation, but the government gave no grounds for that. The government always said and still says that no deal is better than a bad deal. Parliament has approved the law and set the date. There is no democratic case for changing it, and nor could it be in the national interest. The Right Honourable Lady for Hackney and North and Stoke Newington reminded us of some of the less pleasant elements in the spectrum of British politics. But elsewhere in the EU, extremism is becoming far more entrenched than here. AfD in Germany, the Gilets jaunes on the streets of Paris, Lega Nord in Italy, which has actually taken power. Popular revolt against the immovability of the established EU consensus in the rest of the EU cannot be blamed on Brexit. On the contrary, in our broad, largely two-party democracy, we have proved to be the most durable and resistant to extremism because we absorb and reflect the effects of political and economic shocks. UKIP died in the 2017 general election because both the main parties pledged to implement the referendum decision without qualification. But what are some in this House trying to achieve now? What would be the consequences for the stability and security of our democracy if the government let the politicians turn on the majority of their own voters? And they would say, The politicians are taking back control, not for Parliament, but to keep the EU in control. Voters did not vote to accept whatever deal the EU is prepared to offer. They voted to leave, whether or not the EU gives us permission. Ruling out leaving without the withdrawal agreement is not a democratic option. They did not vote to remain as the only alternative to a bad deal. They did not vote for the EU to hold the UK hostage, nor did they vote for a second referendum. Of course, that's what the EU really wants, which is why they won't give the EU a good deal. And it is shameful that so many leading political figures from our country have been shipping themselves over to Brussels to tell them not to make concessions in the negotiations with their own government in order to try and get a second referendum. The EU is a profoundly undemocratic and unaccountable institution whose biggest project, the euro, has inflicted far worse disaster on businesses, individuals and families in many countries than even the direst Treasury forecast for the UK. And the economic and political storm clouds are still just gathering over the EU. It is the EU which is on the cliff edge of disaster, not the UK. In the years to come, in the words of Mervyn King, the former Governor of the Bank of England, if you give people a chart of British GDP and ask them to point where we left the EU, they won't be able to see it. Our domestic policies, as well as our trade with the rest of the world, have already become far more important than our present trading relationship with the EU. We will have the freedom to develop this more quickly. Our EU membership does not just cost the net contribution of £10 billion per year and rising, which does no more than avoid some £5.3 billion of tariffs, but it has locked the UK into an EU trading advantage, leaving the UK with an EU trade deficit of £90 billion per year. Why are we trying to preserve such a disadvantageous trading relationship? Even if we leave without a withdrawal agreement, there will be immediate benefits. WTO is a safer haven than the backstop. Far from crashing out, we will be cashing in. We will keep £39 billion, which immediately improves our balance of payments and can be invested in public services or distributed in tax cuts or to speed up economic adaptation. This would boost GDP by 2% over the next few years. We will end uncertainty. The draft agreement would perpetuate it. Business needs clarity about trading conditions from the EU from day one. JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon himself, campaigned for Remain side by side with George Osborne, the then Chancellor of the Exchequer. JP Morgan now says that extending Article 50 is, quotes, the worst case scenario, unquotes, because, and I quote, they don't see what it provides us in reaching a clear final outcome that provides certainty for businesses. And they add, quite rightly, paralysis is not good for the economy. And yet that's what the Article 50 extenders are arguing for. We will not be caught in any backstop if we leave without a withdrawal agreement, nor will there be a hard border in Ireland. Even Leo Varadkar has said, quote, under no circumstances will there be a border, full stop, unquote. And the EU and the UK government have both said the same. And all the more ludicrous scare stories are being disproved. There will be no queues at Dover or Calais. The President of the Port of Boulogne-Calais could not have been more emphatic. He said, they laugh because they just don't want to hear the truth.
Absolutely right.
This is what he said. This is what he said. This is what he said. We have been preparing for no deal for a year. We will be ready. We will not check trucks more than we are doing today. We will not stop and ask more than we are doing today. And he added that the new special area for SPS checks is somewhere else. It will not influence the traffic in Dover. The government and the pharma companies are saying they can guarantee supplies of medicines. The EU Commission has proposed visa-free travel for UK citizens in the EU for up to 6 months of the year. The EU statement of 19th of December already proposes its own period of transition of up to 9 months, including no disruption of central bank clearing, a new air services agreement, access to the EU for road haulage operators, and special regulations on customs declarations. Leaving it on WTO terms is far preferable to the protracted uncertainty of either extending Article 50 or of this unacceptable withdrawal agreement. And, Mr. Speaker, the leadership of this country, and that includes the government and the opposition, should stop reinforcing weakness and start talking up our strengths and building up our confidence. History has proved, Mr. Speaker, our country can always rise to the challenge, and our people will never forgive the politicians who allow the EU to inflict defeat, and it saddens me greatly that even some in my own party are promoting such a defeat.
Luciana Berger.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Jim Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering whether you could indicate whether at some point during the course of today's proceedings you're likely to introduce a time limit, what that might be, to allow us to start thinking how to contain our responses.
The short answer is that I will very soon be imposing a time limit. I'm making a judgment about it, but it is likely, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, to be of the order of 6 minutes. Indeed. Luciana Berger.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think few debates in this House have ever had such an impact on the people of Liverpool Wavertree and the country as the one that we are conducting today and this week. Every home, every business, every citizen in Liverpool will feel the impact of Brexit. The stakes in terms of jobs, the prices of our goods, wages, the cost of mortgages, businesses large and small, our economy, our standing in the world could not be any higher. And it's hard to see what has changed since the Prime Minister delayed the meaningful vote, I believe in such a discourteous fashion before the Christmas recess. The only tangible change is that the hands of the clock have moved ever closer to the Brexit deadline, with the Prime Minister presenting her fool's choice of her deal or no deal. Mr. Speaker, she should tread carefully. There are those who wish to see Britain crash out of the EU without a deal in place, as the final act in their anti-EU drama. But no responsible government should even be entertaining the prospect of a no-deal Brexit. And it's beyond reproach that this option has not been ruled out. The uncertainty that it creates and is creating across our country, the billions being spent planning for this possibility. We should be crystal clear what a no-deal Brexit would mean for our constituents in the country. It will mean for our food prices, where 30% of our food comes from the European Union, where our gas and electricity prices will increase disproportionately, impacting on the poorest and most vulnerable, as around 5% of our electricity and as much as 12% of our gas is imported from the EU. With no alternatives currently in place, our constituents will no longer be covered by the European health insurance card and will need to pay for health when they go abroad. The manufacturing sector, of which I represent in my constituency, will be hard hit, with firms relying on just-in-time production, unable to properly guarantee their production. And as I've heard from so many constituents like Rob, the owner of a small chemicals business, who would struggle to source raw materials or maintain the same level of sales. He is an employer, and there are many of my constituents who rely on jobs from his firm. But worst of all, our public services, including our National Health Service and social care, will suffer as we are unable to properly recruit from countries within the EU. We've heard at the Health and Social Care Select Committee that there's a real threat to our medical supplies. The Permanent Secretary told us that he was having sleepless nights over the continuation of imports of vital medical supplies and told us how complex the issue is. In Liverpool, we are very proud of our universities, and we have welcomed students and academics from across the EU. Our university leaders tell us that crashing out of the EU is one of the biggest threats to our higher education sector. The Russell Group reports only just last week that the postgraduate student enrolment from EU countries has already fallen by 9% this academic year, starving our universities of cash, and more than 100 universities have warned of an academic, cultural and scientific setback from which it would take decades to recover, because a no-deal Brexit would isolate and hobble Britain's universities. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that we can predict with confidence. But the real threat comes from those unintended consequences, the 1,001 things that will have a negative impact on the lives of our nation's citizens, which we cannot foresee. And the bottom line is that things will be worse for the majority of the people we represent. That is the reality we are contemplating in this debate. Our politics is broken, Our system has failed, and neither the option of the Prime Minister's deal or the no-deal scenario has a majority of support from this House. We see our Parliament in a state of gridlock, and how can we break this gridlock? Now, the Prime Minister could draw a magical rabbit from the hat, a political masterstroke of some kind, which breaks the logjam and enables Parliament to move ahead beyond the current paralysis. And whilst we live in hope, I think the chances of that happening appear incredibly slim. Because let me be clear that the opposition to the Prime Minister's deal is about more than the backstop on the Northern Ireland border, critical though that issue is. And I'm grateful to my colleague, the Honourable Member for Hove and Portslade, who did an analysis of the debate that was abruptly brought to a close before Christmas, and he found that members from across this House had many concerns and issues. They were around security, migration, citizens' rights. Number one was trade and the economy. And actually the issue of the backstop, which we're told this whole debate rests on, came forth. I'll give way to
I'm extremely grateful to my friend. Can I say to her, as somebody who was involved in negotiating the Good Friday Agreement, I regard the backstop as actually an essential guarantee of the Good Friday Agreement and the long-term stability in Ireland. So from my point of view, although I disagree with the government's position for the reasons she's setting out, the backstop is not the problem. The problem is the other things and the future framework.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for very clearly articulating where the nub of this issue has rested on this point, but actually there are so many other issues, and actually for many colleagues on both sides of the House, this is not the issue that is consuming them. And in fact, we heard just in the Telegraph this morning that it was an unnamed minister who said that the Prime Minister is likely to lose next week by 200 because this issue is not going to be resolved by just addressing the backstop alone. So I believe if that vote falls next Tuesday, a vote of no confidence in this government should be brought immediately, and we should see if there is a majority in this Parliament for a general election. Because with less than 80 days to go until we are due to leave, and around 40 sitting days left, time is pressing on. Now, if that vote falls, my view is that we are only going to break the gridlock by giving the country a final say with a people's vote. And this is not a rerun of the 2016 referendum. The world is a different place. We're nearly 3 years on. We've got 1.4 million young people who are eligible to vote today who were too young to have their say in 2016. Now, the most recent analysis shows that in my constituency, 72.5% of my constituents support remaining now in the European Union, with 74% of people wanting to have that people's vote. Now, that's hardly surprising. Liverpool is proudly a European city. In 2008, we were the European City of Culture, a year that generated an economic impact of £753 million. And in just the last 5 years alone, the European Structural and Investment Funds have provided Liverpool with nearly £200 million, which has allowed us to invest in hundreds of local enterprises and jobs. People understand the enormous benefits that EU membership has affording us dating back decades, and it's regrettable that the government won't even confirm that funds which have already been committed by the European Union for Liverpool to the tune of millions of pounds would be guaranteed post-Brexit. Now, surely young people, above all, whose lives will be most affected by the decisions taken in this place, should be allowed a say on their future. New facts have come to light. The lies of the Leave campaign have been exposed, including, as the House just heard from the Home Secretary before, people who received those leaflets and who were bombarded with Facebook advertising telling them that millions of people from Turkey would come here. It just wasn't true. We've heard of the very, very strong suggestions of Russian influence in our referendum, in line with their desire to disrupt and weaken their Western allies, and it's deplorable that we haven't yet seen a full and proper criminal interrogation of that issue. Now, rather than unicorns and rainbows, too many of the public were sold. We now have a much clearer sense of what Brexit actually means for our economy, for jobs, for our public services, for businesses. And public opinion has shifted based on the harsh realities rather than the false shiny promises on the side of a bus or threats of a Turkish invasion. So let the people have a say with a people's vote. Let's be open and honest with the country. There is no better Brexit. There isn't a Brexit dividend, just Brexit chaos and misery. There isn't a better deal than the one we have already. On every analysis, the government receipts will be lower than if we had remained in the European Union. And of course we can choose to spend the money in a different way, but that is not a dividend. The decision is going to affect us for decades to come, and it is in the national interest and for the sake of the people of Liverpool Wavertree who sent me to this Parliament that I will vote against the government's motion next week.
Yeah. Mark Francois. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for calling me to speak in this historically important debate. Well, there are many varying and strongly held views about the Prime Minister's proposed deal on all sides of this House. One thing I think all right honourable and honourable members can agree on is that the votes we will cast next Tuesday will, in all probability, be the most important votes which any of us will ever cast in our political lifetime. On a personal note, I have known the Right Honourable Member for Mid Sussex for some 20 years. He and I come at this issue from utterly different perspectives. I was an infantryman and he was a cavalryman. But anyone who would call him a traitor has clearly never met him. In fact, the idea that Churchill's grandson could be such a thing is clearly ludicrous. So I would say to anyone who would be foolish enough to repeat that ridiculous assertion that, in the immortal words of our Defence Secretary, they should go away and shut up. Mr. Speaker, I entered this House some 18 years ago, and I made my maiden speech against the Treaty of Nice on the 4th of July 2001. On the principle that you may as well start as you mean to go on. So whilst I can't claim anything like the 40-year record of my right honourable friend the member for Stone, I can at least say that I've been fairly consistent on European matters stretching back nearly 2 decades. In 2008 I served as the Shadow Europe Minister in opposition, reporting to the Shadow Foreign Secretary William Hague when we debated the Lisbon Treaty. As his number 2, it was my duty to debate much of the hard detail of that 300-page treaty. I remember very well, Mr. Speaker, as we spent 14 nights doing it. And despite that extensive debate, night after night after night, it soon became apparent that the House of Commons could not change so much as a single punctuation mark in the treaty. The Commons had effectively been completely neutered, and it is that experience that finally convinced me that one day we would have to leave the European Union. Now, what are we voting on? Next Tuesday we will vote, in essence, on 2 documents. The first is the political declaration, which I have here. It's full of warm words, but as we are all aware, it is legally completely meaningless and has no force whatsoever in international law. It is the equivalent of "I promise I will respect you" in the morning, but it is in no way enforceable. In stark contrast, this is the withdrawal agreement, a 585-page draft international treaty which, if this House were to approve it, would become binding on this country in international law. I read the Lisbon Treaty cover to cover, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure the House that I've read this one similarly as well. Having done so, and knowing what is in it, I am utterly determined to vote against it. But perhaps I could explain briefly to the House why. Firstly, because we don't take back control of our money. Under the proposed agreement, the UK would agree to pay the European Union a sum of approximately £39 billion. The methodology for doing this is laid out in Part 5 of the agreement on financial provisions, specifically Articles 133 to 157. In short, we will pay that £39 billion without any guarantees whatsoever in return. Now, having just been through a period of considerable austerity, I cannot justify to my constituents paying such a huge sum of money without at least some binding guarantees about the nature of the future relationship we would get back in return. This is all in stark contrast, Mr. Speaker, to Margaret Thatcher at Fontainebleau in 1984, when rather than give up £39 billion for nothing, she famously said, "I want my money back." And she got it when she won the so-called British rebate, which has saved this country tens of billions of pounds ever since. Would that we had negotiated with equal resolve in this instance. Second, we're not taking back control of our laws. Under the draft treaty, the UK would continue to be bound by EU laws in a number of critical areas, such as social policy, employment policy, environment policy and customs. We would effectively become a rule taker, which means we would have to continue to obey EU laws in these areas, but having surrendered any influence over how they are drafted. Thirdly, we could be locked into a customs union without the ability to leave. This is the so-called Irish backstop, which is contained in the Northern Ireland Protocol on pages 301 to 475 of the treaty. In short, if we enter the backstop, we enter a customs union, despite having clearly pledged in our manifesto that we would not do so, which would materially constrain our ability to sign international trade deals with other countries, including the United States, our single largest trading partner in the world. Moreover, as the Attorney General's legal advice has made crystal clear, having entered the backstop, we could only leave it with the consent of the European Union, what has often been referred to in the House as the Hotel California dilemma. In other words, you can check out, but you can never leave. Check out. I have seen the amendment by my right honourable friend, the member for East Devon, but unfortunately, clearly, it does not in any way affect the wording of the withdrawal agreement, which clearly, as a treaty, overrides it. So the provisions in his well-intentioned amendment are unfortunately, in practice, legally naive. Fourthly, we risk undermining the integrity of the United Kingdom. The government have told us repeatedly they would never even contemplate creating a border down the Irish Sea. Despite this, not only have they contemplated it, but they've legislated for it in writing, because the agreement in the protocol creates internal borders within the United Kingdom where Northern Ireland will become a rule taker in further areas such as goods, agricultural products and VAT. This is one of the most compelling reasons why the DUP have said repeatedly they will vote against this toxic withdrawal agreement, and I'm 100% with them in this. We should also remember that treating Northern Ireland differently threatens to break up the integrity of the United Kingdom. We know from the excellent article recently written by my right honourable friend, the member for Chelsea and Fulham, that the European Commission's General Secretary, Mr Martin Selmayr, has said that losing Northern Ireland was, quote, the price of Brexit, end quote. I cannot possibly pay this price or contemplate the break-up of the United Kingdom, or indeed contemplate anything which would encourage further separatism in Scotland, and therefore, for this reason as well, I will vote against it. Lastly, the agreement would ultimately be overseen by the European Court of Justice. Article 174 of the treaty, on page 286, envisages in a situation in which both sides cannot agree on aspects of its implementation, in which case they would create an arbitration panel to resolve the dispute. In this case, Article 174 clearly states that the European Court of Justice, if it affects in any way union law, which is very wide-ranging, would be the ultimate arbiter, and it would decide the question and, quotes, its binding shall be ruling on the arbitration panel. And that overrides this Parliament and overrides our Supreme Court. Now, it's often been argued by my colleagues and I in the ERG don't want a deal. This is not true. We do want a deal, but not this deal. What we want is often referred to as Super Canada, because it takes an existing EU-Canada free trade agreement signed by the EU in 2016 and amends that into a more comprehensive free trade agreement by which we could train equitably with the EU, but outside of the single market, the customs union and the European Court of Justice. So we would really have left the European Union, and I would like to make it absolutely clear that is our desired end state and not no deal. So in summary, Mr. Speaker, I hope that everyone who votes on this treaty on Tuesday night will be able to look their constituents firmly in the eye and say they've read it. It seems to me that as professional legislators, that's the least we can do. The British people voted in a referendum to leave the EU by a majority of over 1 million votes. I believe that we as parliamentarians therefore have a moral obligation to follow the instruction they gave us. However, this agreement does not do that. It leaves us in effect hanging half in and half out of the EU, something the Prime Minister specifically warned against in her excellent speech at Lancaster House in 2017. Moreover, this treaty, if we were to approve it, would involve us giving up $39 billion for nothing, would leave us as a rule taker, would potentially lead us into a backstop in which there's no escape, would threaten the break-up of the United Kingdom, and would still leave us under the suzerainty of the European Court of Justice. A vassal state. Mr. Speaker, this country has never bowed the knee to anyone in almost 1,000 years. I don't believe we should start now. Yeah. I've read this. This is the best deal since Munich. And this House of Commons was told by the Telegraph and the Sun that this is a surrender document. It is. We have never surrendered to anyone in this House, and we never, ever will, including next Tuesday night.
Order. As foreshadowed some moments ago in my response to the point of order from the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Poplar and Limehouse, I can now announce the imposition with immediate effect of a 6-minute limit upon backbench speeches. Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do not recall a time when the fractured state of our politics so accurately mirrored that of our nation. Brexit commanded so much more of us in this place. It was brand new territory, and for it we needed a brand new approach to how we do our debating and our politics. But these proposals for consensus building across party boundaries were rejected by this government. The vacuum left in British politics as MPs and parties struggled with how to respond has been filled with a racist and divisive rhetoric, which has created an inward, nationalist and isolationist environment. What we've been left with is an angry country, one where people are angry because we're leaving the EU, or they're angry because they want out and it's taken too long. Most of all, though, they are angry with us, even though, for the large part, regardless of what political party we're in, whether we are a Leaver or a Remainer, we are genuinely trying to do the right thing by our constituents and our country. I campaigned for Remain, believing it to be in the best interests of my constituents and my country. However, neither agreed with me. In the initial aftermath, I was in denial. I fell into the trap of repeating the mantra that people didn't know what they were voting for, they were lied to and they misunderstood the implications of their decisions. And whilst there was some element of truth in that, it was far more nuanced, because complex decisions and human motivation is never as simplistic as that. And I knew this because of people like my dad, a decent, kind, hard-working man, a retired welder from the shipyards. My dad and his mates weren't angry with economic migrants who came from Europe and crossed the Channel to work alongside them. They were angry with the government and institutions which exploited those migrants by allowing the undercut of wages, and in turn led to him and thousands of others losing their jobs. Mr. Speaker, none of us should ever underestimate the impact unemployment on this scale can do to an individual, their families and their communities. These scars are irrevocable. And that was when disillusion set in. Freedom of movement in the single market weren't problems for my dad and his mates. Governments that allowed unemployment to shatter families and communities. Governments that used the EU as a handy repository for blame whenever they failed people. Governments that made no effort to tell anybody the ways in which the EU was a good thing for decades, and then wondered why we couldn't get across the message in a few weeks. Governments that basically left them behind and created chasms in our communities. These are the people who constituents like mine had in mind when they voted to leave. I trust the people who sent me to Parliament, and in a representative democracy, it's my job to do what I think is best for the people who elected me, unless they've already made their opinions on the subject perfectly plain. They have, and over the past 2 years, they haven't changed their minds about leaving, so it's now up to me to see that they get what they want. It is my job to thrash these things out in Parliament. That is why I voted to trigger Article 50. That is why I stood on a manifesto that promised to respect the outcome. We should leave, but I do not want us to leave in this way, not with this deal. I'm not convinced that a second referendum would solve the impasse. My constituents tell me they find it a strange concept, a democratic way of overturning a previous, also democratic decision, which in turn supplanted the democratic decision taken 40 years earlier. And I also fear it will delay the inevitable, and we will be right back to where we are now, trying to find a deal that works for all. I do not accept that the choices on offer are as binary as this deal are crashing out. There's another option, an extension to Article 50, giving us the space, albeit a small time frame, to do our politics differently, to restore our country's faith in this place and show people we really are working together. But crucially, for that to happen, there needs to be a marked difference in the rhetoric and action from this government and the Prime Minister. Because, Mr Speaker, if we continue to fail to deliver the mandate we have been given by the British people, what little trust remains in politics and politicians will surely evaporate.
Sir David Amis.
I very much agree, Mr Speaker, with those colleagues who've made remarks about the tone of the national debate. I was stalked by a woman of mature years in the last general election, and it got so bad that it was only through police intervention that my campaign, such as it was, wasn't totally derailed. She didn't like my views, which the House is about to hear. When the result of the referendum was announced, I was elated and surprised. I never wanted us to join the European Union in the first place. I felt de Gaulle had done us a favour in originally refusing our membership, and we did. When we eventually joined in the first place, I thought we were always on the back foot. So, Mr Speaker, I voted in the first referendum where my personal view was roundly defeated. Now, the result of the 2016 referendum was for me a dream come true and a moment of liberation shared by the majority of my constituents. 2 years on, though, I am heartily sick of the word Brexit, who invented the word, and am less than pleased with the way we have gone about the process of leaving the European Union. Like all of us in this chamber, I love my country, and for me that country is the United Kingdom. There are a number of reasons why I cannot support this agreement, and one of those reasons that it threatens the integrity of the United Kingdom. Now, I'm not interested in what goes on the benches opposite, but I'm very interested in what goes on in my own party. So I want to turn my remarks to this side of the House. I cannot express forcefully enough how disappointed and even angry I am at the whole process and the way it has been handled over the last 2 years. It was a former Prime Minister, David Cameron, who gave us the opportunity to vote in the referendum in the first place, and I think he should have seen it through to the end. We ended up with a new leader, and it's transpired that the 3 senior members of the government were all on the Remain side. Not an ideal situation. And then we called a general election. I think I've been a candidate 10 or 11 times. The worst general election campaign I've ever been involved in, and 33 of our colleagues lost their seats in this place, and we lost our majority. Again, not an ideal situation halfway through the negotiation process. I, in common with most members of the House, have had no input into the terms of the negotiations. We were told at the outset that there would be no running commentary. Well, there certainly has, and I've been hugely excluded from this process. This agreement, to me, is not a political solution, but it has been put together and agreed by unelected people. The resignation of not just one but two Brexit secretaries says it all, and I was particularly struck by the strictures of my right honourable friend, the member for Esher and Wharton, when leaving office, and he said, "I cannot reconcile the terms of the proposed deal with the promises we made to the country in our manifesto in the last election. We should never have agreed the terms of the negotiation in the first place. Fancy giving away £39 billion before we've actually started the process." Now, the continent of Europe confronts a growing crisis which could yet cause the collapse of the European Union. In this country, unemployment now stands at 4.1%, its lowest level since 1975. Contrast that to Spain and Italy, where Italy's national debt is €2.5 trillion. The country is heading towards bankruptcy. In Greece, the membership of the Eurozone has wiped out businesses, jobs and entire industry. In Malta, someone was murdered because they were investigating corruption. Romania and Bulgaria, corruption flourishes. Look at France, we've had 10 people murdered there. In Germany, social democracy is on the wane. In Belgium, the Prime Minister resigned before Christmas because of chronic unemployment. And if colleagues want to know more about it, they should read the excellent article by Peter Oborne. Recently, a report was published by my former colleague Lord Lilly. His co-author was the General Secretary of Labour Leave. In this report, 30 points were made about leaving on WTO terms. I believe the points dealt more than adequately with Project Fair, and I absolutely support what they said. As Sir Rocco Forte said in a recent article, inward investment into the United Kingdom in the first half of 2018 was the second highest in the world after China and ahead of the USA and Germany. For me, the vote to leave was fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, about opportunity. The opportunity to set our own laws, the opportunity to embrace global free trade, and the opportunity to forge our own path in the world once again. From the start, the government has not fully embraced these opportunities or really attempted to understand them, and this agreement reflects that failure. This so-called deal most certainly does not match up to the expectations of the millions who voted to leave the European Union. I cannot and will not support it. But regardless, Mr. Speaker, of what decision this House comes to in the vote at the end of the debate, I will be leaving the European Union at 11 p.m. on the 29th of March, and I'm delighted to do so.
Joe Stevens.
I will be voting against this deal, and based on the substantial number of my constituents in Cardiff Central who have contacted me about this vote, I will be doing so with their overwhelming support. Nearly 95% of them have urged me to vote against. We're now a month on from when this vote should have taken place, a month that has achieved nothing, much like the last 932 days since that narrow outcome of the referendum. An advisory referendum, not a binding one. A referendum which disenfranchised over 4 million people, in which no 16 or 17-year-old was allowed to vote, and in which no EU citizens living here, working here, who are part of the fabric of this country and society were allowed to vote. And in the ballot that just asked one question, whether to remain or leave, it didn't ask how we should leave, and it didn't ask what should happen afterwards. And 932 days on, we now know, because we have facts, that the referendum was drenched in illegality by both the Vote Leave and the Leave.eu campaigns. We know that electoral law was broken. We know that campaign spending limits were breached. We know that impermissible foreign donations came through online platforms. We have those facts from the Electoral Commission and the Information Commissioner. And following the work of those regulators, investigative journalists and our DCMS Select Committee, where we have spent a year painstakingly investigating widespread evidence, we know that the National Crime Agency are now investigating Arron Banks, the largest political donor in UK history and senior figures of the Leave.eu campaign, because there are reasonable grounds to suspect that Banks was not the true source of £8 million in funding to the Leave.eu campaign. And this is important It shouldn't be dismissed as sour grapes because it raises really serious concerns about the legality and the validity of the referendum outcome, which this government has deliberately chosen to ignore. I voted against triggering Article 50, and in my speech in that debate, I said that the former Prime Minister David Cameron had behaved recklessly in his approach to the reform negotiations at the EU. A man who had put himself and his party before the national interest, who had gambled our country's safety, future prosperity and long-standing international relationships to save his own party and his own premiership from imploding. He had failed miserably. And 2 years on, I regret to say that those words and those actions can equally be applied to the current Prime Minister. This whole period has been an exercise in how not to negotiate. And of all the ironies, yesterday's desperate phone calls by the Prime Minister to some trade union leaders who are professional, expert negotiators from whom she could have learned so much. It was the first contact she has made with them. The refusal to work with us on this side of the House to involve the TUC, I'll give way, of course I'll give way.
I'm grateful to honourable friend. Does she share my surprise that it's taken 2.5 years for this government to reach out to trade unionists and other key stakeholders?
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. It's quite astonishing. And that refusal to work not just with the TUC and the unions, but with us on this side of the House, to develop a negotiating strategy that would secure a deal in the interests of the whole of the UK and each of our 4 constituent nations, has been, in my view, grossly negligent. That strategy hasn't been one of strong leadership. There's been stubbornness and a failure to listen and to engage, and those are the hallmarks of weak leadership, and it has led this country into this complete mess. The best course of action for the country's future stability, economy and security would, of course, be to revoke Article 50. And I suspect that there are very many colleagues across the House who would privately accept that, but they do not feel that they could openly commit to supporting revocation at the moment. But there's no majority in this House or the country for no deal. And in the absence of that, or a general election and change of government, the right course of action must now be to ask the electorate what they now think. I know that's what the majority of my constituents want in the absence of revoking Article 50. Nearly 90% of those who have contacted me have told me that. And I know this because I've been asking them for their views since 2016, and they have been giving them to me. And every published poll in the last 6 months also confirms that. People are allowed to change their minds. The referendum result in 2016 was not a result in perpetuity. In the words of one of the government's former Brexit ministers, it's not a democracy if you can't change your mind. In Wales, we would never have had devolution and the creation of the National Assembly had we not had a second referendum in which people did change their minds. And I'll finish on this point. All the irresponsible, dangerous and inflammatory talk about civil unrest and riots and treachery, if we vote down this deal next week and have a people's vote, that we have all heard in recent months, has to stop. Every time I come into this chamber, I look at Jo's shield, and I think of her bravery and her determination during her time here, and what she must have faced in those final moments confronted by extreme right-wing violence. We cannot allow a small minority of fascist thugs to undermine our democracy. They are using Brexit for the advancement of their far-right ideology, and we all have to oppose it. In the vote next week, each of us will make our own judgment as to what is right in the interests of our constituents and our country. And I am very clear about what I feel is right, and I will be voting against this deal.
Sir Paul Beresford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly support the Honourable Lady on the one thing, and that is the thugs. For all of my political career, both in the House and in local government, we've had right and left-wing thugs, and some of them are beyond imagination, especially around the dark corners and some of the inner-city areas I worked in. For further safety, Mr. Speaker, I need to declare a number of interests. I am a very part-time dentist. I'm a member of the NFU. I'm an ethnic minority immigrant holding dual nationality. Unlike the front benchers, I'm the immigrant. In the referendum, I voted to remain in spite of the growing discomfort as the EU progressively integrated politically. But I've changed. As the negotiations have moved, the EU appears to have moved closer to unity. It was a great relief to me that we did not join the euro. And this was brought home to me by someone who had visited the Visitors Centre of the European Parliament and informed me there is a plaque there that says, and I quote, "National sovereignty is the root cause of the most crying evils of our times." It then goes on to say, the only final remedy for this evil is the federal union of the peoples. Marx lives. As I've said, I voted Remain. I lost. I accept the vote, and I'm fully committed to the UK leaving the EU with a reasonable compromise deal. And I say that because, having been a minister many years ago negotiating with the Europeans, they are tough negotiators, but then too, so were we. We always ended up, to some measure, with a compromise. Those colleagues who say we should go back and demand this or that changes, I really are away with the pixies. And I expected a response from my colleague with whom we agree to disagree on many things, including this particular one. The thought that the EU and the 27 will roll over the demand of colleagues on either side of the House after 2.5 years of tough negotiations beggars belief. Like all colleagues, I listened and talked to my constituents. Or rather, they talked mostly to me. They have moved too, especially the business people. They're saying, get on with it. What are you doing in the House of Commons? Stop it and get on with it. As I mentioned, I belong to the NFU. Over the last few weeks, my local NFU members, in classic farmer speak, and there is a classic farmer speak, have been asking, what are you lot mucking about with in Westminster? A number of these families have farms here and in France. Many, if not most, export their products, agricultural products, to Europe. All I have spoken to want us to take this deal and move. Their livelihood depends on the trade, as do my Mole Valley manufacturers. An additional factor raised by manufacturers and farmers is relief at the new attitude appearing on immigration. I arrived in the UK under a work permit as a needed professional and spent a considerable time working in London on the National Health Service. Many of my New Zealand and Australian doctors and dentist colleagues did the same. Then when we went into the EU or the common market, that stopped. And the importance was brought home to me a couple of years ago when I ran an Otago University, Otago is my old university, alumni dinner in the members' dining room. About 30 medical, dental and other distinguished academics from the university flew over from the United States and Canada. They pointed out to me the huge numbers of New Zealand and Australian academics, doctors, dentists, in America who would have preferred to come here and may if these new immigration approaches happen. But, as ever, one of my farmers had a last word. He said, in recognising skills, we need to accept the many forms. Considering my background, I left from a very large sheep farm in New Zealand, which now, after lambing, has 50,000 sheep. So I was caught and amused by his remark. He said to me, we used to like New Zealand and Australian sheep shearers coming to this country to shear our sheep. Does sheep shearing, could you ask the Home Secretary, count as a skill? Mr. Speaker, I'm backing this deal, and I hope we will wake up, grab the deal next week, and move forward, because we spent too long negotiating, too long waiting for it to happen.
Layla Moran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it will come as no surprise to anyone, I'm sure, to hear that I will not be supporting this deal, and I am determined to do everything I can to secure a people's vote with the option to stay in the EU and an exit from Brexit, because after all, that's what I was elected to do when I overturned a nearly 10,000 Tory majority with the help of a progressive alliance of voters across the entire political spectrum. I am regularly still stopped in the streets by constituents who just want an end to this mess. In fact, one lady said to me the other day, "I didn't vote for this Brexit. Please make it stop." And isn't that the refrain that we're hearing from everyone? Make it stop. But that's my issue with this deal. The Prime Minister's deal only has 26 pages about what comes next. It's going to take years to get that right. Meanwhile, the air that's been sucked out of this government and our economy will continue to suffocate society. The very causes of Brexit, inequality, injustice, the incomprehension of parents for why the futures for their children will not be as bright as theirs, will continue to be ignored until this is over. And we have to be honest with them. Brexit isn't going to solve any of those issues. So there is only one way to make this stop, and that is a democratic exit from Brexit. And support for this, as much as many in this House are trying to ignore it, is growing. Poll after poll shows that the will of the people has changed since 2016. Add to that Russian interference, Cambridge Analytica, the Leave campaign being fined for breaking electoral law, and dodgy DUP donations. Does it make any wonder? Does it surprise us at all that people are dismayed? And in a democracy, after all, and as has already been said, people should be allowed to change their mind. If they want to vote for this deal, let them. But if they want an exit from it and they want the deal we already have, let them have that too. One group, of course, that Brexit affects more than anyone are EU citizens in the UK. These are our friends. They have built relationships, careers in this country, and they deserve and demand so much better than this shambles. Isn't it shameful that they're being asked to pay £65 to continue to live in their own homes, to have their jobs? And whilst I welcome that Oxford University and our local NHS trusts have announced that they will pay these fees for their staff, it beggars belief that they even have to offer. How much public taxpayer money has been offered to overcome this charge? That suggests to me the government should scrap it now. Furthermore, what of British citizens who live in the EU? We have to think of them too. And this affects, above all, young people. People like my younger brother and sister, who both live in Berlin. One's a scientist, the other's an artist. They grew up understanding that they would be able to seek out jobs elsewhere, and that is being snatched from them by leaving. And then to our NHS. In Oxfordshire, 21% of our nurses and health visitors are EU citizens. My constituent Jill emailed me to say no one voted for a Brexit to have fewer nurses on our wards and fewer doctors in our surgeries. But we already know from our trusts that that is already happening. And I agree with Jill. We would be far better staying off and welcoming those workers with open arms. And then to the universities. I have two in my constituency, at least partially, Oxford University and also Oxford Brookes, and both have expressed serious concerns regarding the impacts of Brexit. Stuart, who's a professor at one of these universities, emailed me to say, in this department, we've been advertising lecturing jobs for the first time since the Brexit referendum. We were hoping to attract a French mathematician to one of these jobs, but when we contacted her, she made it clear that that wasn't even an option because she didn't want to leave the EU. So instead of feeling welcome in our university towns and cities, these are some of the most saleable people in the world, and they're being put off. While Brexiteers may well have had enough of experts, Oxford, West and Abingdon most certainly has not. So, Mr. Speaker, MPs across this House must now ask themselves if this deal brought forward by the Prime Minister is better than the deal that we already have. They have to be able to look each and every constituent in the eye and say that that is true if they vote for it. And if they cannot, they need to give them that choice. This deal, which the EU has been utterly clear is the only deal on the table, let's not make that mistake. But it should be up to the people to decide if they want to accept that deal or not. And also to accept that it's much more than that. This is about Britain's place in the world, our outlook and our identity as individuals and communities. So I support a people's vote because I support an open Britain that wants to engage with the world, not one that closes itself off.
Thank you. Mr. David Trudinick.
Thank you for calling me. I've sat through nearly 12 hours of debate in the last 2 days, and I have to say that I think yesterday there was a decisive shift in the mood of the chamber overall. I was a marginal Remainer, but when I told my constituents this, I think it's perhaps illustrative of the influence I've had in the last 30 years that they voted 60-40 out. But having done that, I've said, I'm absolutely with you. It's my duty to get you out. And I feel very strongly that we must respect what our constituents have told us. We can't have it any other way. And I think some colleagues who do not do that when their F&GPs or associations look at them as we approach the next general election, they may find themselves in some difficulty. I see myself as a delegate, not a representative in this. Mr. Speaker, you and the Prime Minister have at least one thing in common, and that is stamina. I think you've been in the chair the whole time this debate's gone, so you sat for 16 hours up to today, and the Prime Minister's been at the dispatch box for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I should declare an interest that I most definitely do not have, and that is I do not want a job, but I have to tell the House I have been a long-standing supporter of the Prime Minister. I respect her for her integrity. I respect her for her determination. She was a very, very good Home Secretary in that department, the bed of nails, a good minister before it, and a good minister and a good councillor in Morden before that. And I think she got a better deal than I expected. I'm not sure I expected her to come back with end of free movement, our money back, our laws, and zero tariffs. And I think that she satisfied the requirements of my constituency. I also think it's perfectly reasonable to have some red lines. I listened yesterday, Mr. Speaker, to the DEFRA Secretary, the member for Surrey Heath, demolish the opposition's case. 16 different positions, and the Honourable Lady, my honourable friend for Chelmsford, explained that the European Union institutions will stop functioning in March because of their electoral cycle. And so we're really faced with two options. We either take the deal on offer or we fall out of the EU, and the pun's intended, we will drop right out. And as my honourable friend for Mole Valley said, a lot of people are saying, get on with it, they want us to do it. My honourable friend for Solihull, who's got 9,000 car workers, explained the problems of the supply chain in his speech, as did my honourable friend for Sutton Coldfield. And I have to tell the House, in my constituency, Hinckley, Bosworth constituency, we make things. I have the largest supplier of tractors worldwide, Caterpillar, with 45 billion sales. Its first factory was in Hinckley. And set up in 1952, we have over 1,500 employees now, and 72% of their inbound components come from the EU, and 31% of outbound sales went to the EU. I have Churchills, who are suppliers for Rolls-Royce. Fans that are assembled into engine parts in Hinckley go to Rolls-Royce. I'm told there are dire problems if we do not have existing arrangements for moving. I have Myra with their autonomous vehicle structure. I also have DPD, which is the biggest parcel sorting operation in Europe, with 14 football pitches sized depot shipping 80,000 items per hour. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that those 20% of the parcels go abroad. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about WTO from Honourable Friend for Harwich, from Honourable Friend for Chingford, but they should have been here to listen to the Honourable Member, Right Honourable Member, the Member for Twickenham, demolish the going to WTO, pointing out that he worked for them during the Doha round, that he has seen for himself the weakness of their dispute resolution and the way the Americans ignore it. So we have three critical problems here. World Trade Organization doesn't work. Just in time is critical. We don't have warehousing capacity. Agriculture would be ruined with 73% tariffs. Many colleagues, I'm not giving way, would have supported this Honourable Member for Redcar yesterday, for Lee, for Walsall North, an Honourable Friend, were worried about the situation. Mr. Speaker, the backstop. Colleagues should listen to the Honourable Member for North Down, who is supporting Brexit, and she's warned of the dangers that Northern Irish businesses face, and agriculture, and we know agriculture in England too. And I say to a Democratic Unionist, be careful what you wish for, because there's a border poll out there possibly. And we absolutely, the biggest problem for Northern Ireland is going to be that it's not so much a hard border, which is impossible to construct and enforce. It's going to be the catastrophic effect on their businesses. Mr. Speaker, I am supporting this. I believe that we will have conciliation if we don't get it through on Tuesday. Wolverhampton, North East, Stoke-on-Trent, Don Valley members were all talking about conciliation, as was my honourable friend for Newbury. I believe that there will be some form of conciliation and we'll get it through in the end.
Dr. Rupa Haq.
Mr. Speaker, 77 days to go and breaking up is hard to do. Disentangling ourselves from 45 years of arrangements that touch every aspect of our lives. This is bigger than any piece of legislation, any budget, anything that any of us have ever voted on. It's a big deal. It's existential stuff here. I'm not going to be voting for this deal, because for me it's the culmination of a string of calamities. I had 373 emails in one day this week asking me to oppose it. People can't understand why we had a referendum at all. And then the triggering of Article 50 with no plan, holding a general election within that time frame. That didn't work out very well, did it? And then the abandoned vote of last year, adding another 30 days of wasted time. Now before us we have this bastardised compromise that's united a whole pile-up of departed ex-ministers, every living Prime Minister there is, the ideological purists of the ERG, and every single one of us here today on this side. Never mind the backstop. My constituents, 13,000 outraged EU nationals among them, are worried about their financial passporting rights or their carbon credits when the EU emissions trading scheme ends. And we're now told not to make the perfect the enemy of the good. It's a mighty big downgrade from the easiest deal in history, isn't it? It's a bit of a downgrade from they need us more than we need them. But there's plenty of material there for any student essay on, can a minority government ever behave like an autocracy? Desperate measures from number 10. These evenings, drinky poos for Tory MPs, knighthoods for some of them, even a meeting offered to the 218 all-party MPs imploring the PM to rule out a catastrophic no-deal Brexit, effectively jumping out of a plane with no parachute, without even a safe landing space. And I ended up at that one myself. That's 1 in 3 of us, Mr. Speaker, who are concerned about just-in-time supply chains, rules of origin. Alas, nothing new came from the PM. The same old, same old. And there does come a time when being resolute becomes being pig-headed and stubborn. Meanwhile, the farcical scenes of a multi-million-pound ferry contract paid to a firm with no vessels, stockpiling drugs. We've become the biggest buyer of fridges. That's one thing we can revel in. Oh, yeah, certainly.
Wait, does she not think it's farcical that it was revealed that we've spent £1 million on these fridges so far?
I absolutely do agree with her. I mean, in fact, all the money that this is racking up, never mind the £39 billion just to do the splits. The no deal notices, one of them with the recommendation that Britain should vary their diets to avoid bananas and tomatoes in future. 3,500 troops on standby. Our great nation has descended into a sort of Dad's Army style farce. And to just get on with it is easier said than done when everything, all the it that we should be getting on with is so interconnected. We saw 600 deaths, Mr. Speaker, last year from homelessness in the 6th richest country on earth, including one on our very doorstep here. We know from the UN Extreme Poverty Report, 14 million of our fellow citizens are in extreme poverty. Yeah. The NHS, which is hemorrhaging EU staff, where hoarding insulin is now a thing, which never used to exist. And then even the Home Secretary's gone now, but the desperate people washed up in dinghies on our shores underlines the need for international cooperation at a time when we are turning away from our neighbours. And we've heard also about the course and climate, not of them and us, not only sort of them, the EU, and us in the other side, but also within this debate, the Leavers and the Remainers. As the Honourable Member for Oxford and Abington pointed out, Brexit has cost us dear from the public purse. 2 new departments, Brexit planning across the entire civil service, costly experiments creating a dress rehearsal with motorways in Kent. And as I say, that's even before we get to the £39 billion, which perplexes some people on that side. Every government analysis shows that this will contract our economy by up to 9%. The best deal, obviously, is the one that we have on offer, that we want to have as existing members with a seat at the table rather than paying out to remain in line. We know that what was promised was always improbable. Now we know the deliverable of those outlandish policies was undeliverable and the process was illegal. So, Mr. Speaker, as D-Day looms, we need a plan B to break this logjam, impasse, gridlock, deadlock, cul-de-sac. And we must have that meaningful vote that's been so hard resisted by the government to reassert the sovereignty of Parliament. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your role in sort of changing the relations between legislature and executive, which you have done, which we all thank you for. Although, you know, nothing to do with them, they resisted every drop of that. So the last thing we need now is a blackmail Brexit with guns held to our heads, as increasingly, by the end of last year, goodwill as well as time was in decreasing supply. And all this parliamentary game playing when the functioning of our country and people's lives and livelihoods are at stake. So given the magnitude of all this, it's time for calm action. We need a fresh assessment of the will of the people, because it's 2019 now, not the middle of 2016 when circumstances were so different. Trump hadn't even been elected then, and it feels like he's been there for 50 years already. So we extend Article 50, and given that there is only one deal on the table, we've heard, haven't we? Nous allons pas renégocier ce deal. They have said it to us in every language. So that one deal there is has to be put to the people, to the electorate, to endorse. If it's a good one, what are they scared of? So we need a people's vote with the option to remain, as we know what that looks like. And remain and reform, because we know it could be better. Now that is what I call taking back control.
Thank you. Nick Herbert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 20 years ago, the euro came into being, and I led the campaign to resist the UK joining the euro. The slogan of the No campaign, which we launched, was Europe yes, euro no. I believed then, and continue to believe, that the UK's best position was to be in the market but outside of the eurozone, and indeed the country prospered over that 20-year period. But I was also a very strong supporter of the referendum. I played a leading role in the referendum campaign as chairman of Conservatives In, and I worked closely with the then Prime Minister. But immediately after the result came in, I accepted the result, recognising that it was narrow but nevertheless decisive, and that it was our duty to implement and honour the decision. I believe that the Prime Minister's deal does so, in a pragmatic manner which recognises that the result was narrow, that the subsequent general election did not itself produce a decisive result, that the country is divided, that business has significant concerns about the implications of us leaving. And I regret the fact that that spirit of pragmatism, which should be embraced by more in this House, has become lost in the debate over the last few weeks and months. There are two groups. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman for allowing me one brief question. He said the general election didn't produce a definitive result and the country was divided, but the two main parties both went into that general election saying they would respect the outcome of the referendum.
Absolutely the case. I strongly agree with the honourable gentleman. There are two groups of members in this House who are opposing the withdrawal agreement. And the irony is that they both want exactly the opposite thing. Both can't be right, and both groups, therefore, are taking a considerable risk. First of all, there is the group that want less Brexit, perhaps a softer Brexit, or even no Brexit at all. Many of those honourable members are supporting what is revealingly, euphemistically now called the people's vote. I, perhaps scarred by the experience of the referendum campaign, strongly reject the idea that a second referendum will be the way to settle this argument. Why should people pay any attention to the result of a second referendum if we ignore the first? I think the whole process would cause delay and further division, but I think the worst possible outcome would be that we end up, and it would be very likely, with a result that was just as narrow or narrower in one way or another in favour of either leave or remain than we had before, and the issue then would not be settled at all. The fact is that these honourable members who are now seeking to delay, dilute or even ditch Brexit voted for the referendum. They voted mostly to trigger Article 50. They stood on manifestos, as the honourable member just pointed out. And this group is taking a significant risk, because the truth is that this House, in legislating to implement Article 50, set the country on a track, a course, on a timetabled a process of exit, which means that the default position is that we leave without a no deal. And although honourable members who are now seeking to oppose the withdrawal agreement because they want less Brexit or no Brexit believe that's what they can achieve, they might not be right. And they are therefore risking no deal, and they have crocodile tears in doing so. So many of the things which are now lamented were foreseeable. The Article 50 process was foreseeable. It was warned about during the referendum campaign. So was the position of Northern Ireland. So was the position over Gibraltar and indeed the Union. The second group of honourable members who are opposing this deal want exactly the opposite thing. They want a harder Brexit or no Brexit at all. They don't believe that it's necessary to have a transition period. I think they are wrong. I think the uncertainty, the potential disruption, the cost of moving to a WTO system would be very damaging. While I think some of the risks are overstated, I do not think they are risks that we should take. I speak as a former police minister who was involved for a short time in dealing with the potential impact of the fuel protests. That experience was very sobering, just as it sobered my right honourable friend, the member for Dorset, when he was in charge of such matters. I think this group of honourable members undervalue the importance of striking a deal with our largest single market, with whom we do half our trade, and I think they are oblivious to the fact that leaving with no deal would be a huge act of protectionism. After all, if no WTO rules were so good, why do we seek trade deals with anybody at all? But the important point is this group who want to oppose the withdrawal agreement because really they want no deal at all, they're taking a risk as well. Because as we've seen from the recent votes in the Commons could prevent no deal. The Commons could take control, and we could end up with Brexit diluted, delayed, or even ditched. And they have, of course, mounted various attacks on the deal, various rationalisations for opposing it, including most of all the backstop. But those objections are so much more theological than they are practical. It has become not just a question of whether it is likely that we will be trapped in the backstop, but the fact that we could be becomes the fount of all opposition to the withdrawal agreement. And there is a blurring of the withdrawal agreement with the end state that we should be concerned about, which is the future relationship and the possibility that we can do a trade deal, that we will have removed ourselves on a sensible transition period and are then able to control our borders, our laws and our money. Yet the description of the end state is as though it is this permanent state of being, for instance, a vassal state and so on. These campaigns on both sides, I believe, are exacerbating division. A division on the no-deal side because they fetishise betrayal and tell everybody that they are being let down, that there are traitors and so on. Division on the People's Vote side because they are encouraging people to believe that this process can be stopped when, less than 3 years ago, the public voted to leave. And in truth, there's been little movement in public opinion. Opposition has descended to mostly pejorative attack. I would say to honourable members on both sides, prepare to climb down, because both cannot be right. One of you is not going to get what you want, and the right thing to do is to support a pragmatic exit, which is what the withdrawal agreement actually offers.
Speaker, I had hopes to speak before Christmas, and given there's not a scintilla of difference between what we see now and what we had then, I'm really unsure what's been achieved in the meantime. But in bringing the vote in this way, and at this point, the government is continuing the trend set in the run-up to and throughout the 2016 referendum. And people have talked about improving the tone of the debate today, but we got to this very position today through betrayal, through deceit, through lies writ large on a bus, and we got here through corruption and criminality still under investigation today. And since the referendum, we've seen the government squirm and battle against any and every attempt by this House to uphold its role and scrutinise plans, including trying to deny us a vote at all, pulling it last minute in December, now making it not meaningful but meaningless, presenting Hobson's choice of this deal or no deal, both of which the public and employers oppose alike. And sadly, I've already seen some damage in my community since the referendum. I've even shown constituents around this place, most recently Aaron, who've been laid off as a result. Southwark has a strong food and drink sector, hotels and hospitality, universities, the arts and creative industries, construction and architecture, finance and law, healthcare and public services, all sectors which have alerted me to problems, especially in the retention and recruitment of staff. Locally, not one sector or individual employer said anything would get better if the government won the vote on Tuesday. And the government's own analysis shows longer term the national damage if Brexit goes ahead, costing £100 billion. I'm proud to represent Bermondsey and Old Southwark, and I know I speak for local people. 73% voted Remain, an estimated 80% support it now. I voted against triggering Article 50, knowing I did so with the support of the vast majority of my constituents and of local party members who have often felt unrepresented by the National Party's position, sadly. But, turning back to the government, since the Prime Minister published her proposals, I've had 2 constituents in touch to say back them. Thousands have been in touch to say oppose them and oppose Brexit. And people are sick of the deceit, but it continues. Deceit in that there is a deal now. There is not. Nothing is settled. Even if the government won on Tuesday, the only certainty is more uncertainty. Deceit that this is a meaningful vote, despite not knowing what the actual deal will deliver or even when it might be finally agreed, if ever. It could take years to finalise trade arrangements, with more employers moving investment, staff and assets outside the UK in the interim, as we have seen, including in my constituency. And it is a deceit in that Brexit has promised the exact same benefits of EU membership, which they have utterly failed to deliver. They now more openly admit opposing freedom of movement. They take pride in insulting the 11,000 people living, working and contributing to my vibrant community, but born in other EU member states, who they accuse of somehow jumping a queue. And they ignore the 100,000 plus other constituents I have who do want the chance to live, to work, to study and to holiday across the EU for free, but who now face losing out alongside the rest of the UK citizens who face a £300 million bill to continue travelling current levels to countries which are currently free. And it is a deceit in that we were told everything would be fully negotiated ahead of departure and that other trade deals would be arranged. It isn't, and they have not been. We need to inject honesty into this debate and with the electorate. The UK has the most flexible package of membership in the EU. No Schengen, a rebate, no euro. A full membership which per capita as a percentage of GDP is one of the lowest of all member states and lower than some non-members, like Norway, contribute for less control and less benefits. So we must return to honest debate. People are rightly fed up with the lies and deceit, including the idea idea that the government's arrangements uphold the commitment to fully protect the integrity of the UK when they put our country's very future at risk and thoroughly undermine our international standing with the empty rhetoric of global Britain only pleasing Putin and Trump, who have no interest in a strong and unified United Kingdom. Finally, it's a fundamental falsehood, deceit and insult to present no deal as the only outcome if the government is defeated. It is not. For years, people have been told they could not have the things they needed. A police service able to investigate and solve crime. An NHS that doesn't involve 20-week waits for standard appointments. And a solution to the housing crisis. On these issues, the government told them there was no money and no deal. Now the government finds billions to waste on a no-deal Brexit whilst people still suffer, neglects it on housing, on policing and on the NHS. And in this fundamental fraudulent claim, the Prime Minister is playing Russian roulette with people's livelihoods and jobs. The UK can and should revoke Article 50, and I urge the government to take that approach. When Home Secretary, the Prime Minister wrote in 2016 that it is clearly in our national interest to remain in the European Union on economic and security grounds, now she claims the exact opposite. The public see through that bluff, and the question they're left with is what kind of leader attempts to downgrade their own country's economy and security? My community was attacked in June 2017 at London Bridge and Borough Market. Under no circumstances will I support downgrading security. What kind of leader throws away the country's relationship with the strongest and wealthiest trade bloc on the planet, which covers half our trade and dominates vast swathes of our economy, especially services? I was elected to this place in 2015 on a promise that I would never vote for anything that would harm my community. Brexit has, can and will only do that. So I will keep my promise. I will oppose this limbo wish list and I support a new people's vote. And the truth is, we should all be bold enough to do our job. None of us were elected to downgrade our constituents' prospects, to downgrade our country or its security, to downgrade opportunities for the people we serve. And we should all have the courage to end the deceit and dump this dismal downgrade.
Andrew Rosindell.
Mr. Speaker, I want to return the House today to the heart of this debate, which I believe is about our British democracy. And I remember being handed, way back in 1975, a badge. It said, "Keep Britain in Europe." And this was during the time of the referendum, which was called by the then Prime Minister, Harold Wilson. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that his New Deal was put forward at that time, which led our nation to vote to remain in what was then believed to be a common market. The generation at that time, including my own parents, genuinely thought that it would promote trade and prosperity whilst bringing the peoples and nations of a troubled continent together in peace and cooperation. To most people, it all sounded perfectly reasonable. And with many having lived through the war years and then faced the prospect of the Cold War with Soviet Russia, I can see exactly why they chose to stay in the common market. But, Mr. Speaker, ever since then, ever since that day on the 5th of June 1975, as each day has passed, the scales from the eyes of the British people have surely dropped as they witnessed power gradually being drained from the sovereign nations of Europe, with one treaty after another, the Single European Act, Maastricht, followed by Amsterdam, Nice and Lisbon, all slowly but surely transferring power and authority to the institutions of the European Union. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be denied that the British people have a fine instinct. We can see something when it's not right. And however passive we may seem, eventually the people of these islands always wake up to the truth. And when we do, we have never flinched throughout our entire history and capitulated. But instead we have stood our ground, raised the banner high and defended what is ours. And so in the referendum on the 23rd of June 2016, 41 years since the original referendum, the British people did exactly that. The people of this nation are not an unreasonable folk. They gave the common market, the European Union, a chance. They truly did. They gave the EU a chance to prove itself to be an organisation where we as an island people with unparalleled history, as an independent, seafaring, trading nation with global outreach like no other, and with nearly 1,000 years of being the masters of our own destiny, could feel at home. But it was not to be. If it wasn't like we didn't try, we weren't in it for a few months or a few years. We've been fully part of this for nearly half a century. And so after all that time, our people, the people whom we owe so much as their elected representatives here in this House, decided that they no longer trusted this EU institution, and they freely chose to get out, to leave, and to take charge of their own destiny again. And what's more, Mr. Speaker, they did so with the greatest ever democratic vote the nation has ever seen, with the winning Leave side securing wins in around 2/3 of the constituency seats in this very House in which we sit. It was this Parliament that gave the British people the right to make the decision. It was this Parliament who voted through the Referendum Act, which delegated this decision to the British people themselves. We said it was once in a generation decision, that we would respect their vote and that it would be final. And so I say to the House, to colleagues on all sides of the chamber, and to everyone, both Leave and Remain, that if this Parliament now fails to follow through on the solemn promise we gave, if we fail to truly uphold and respect the will of the British people, if we show contempt for British democracy and break faith with our electors, I fear we shall be unleashing a collapse of trust in our democracy, the likes of which we have not seen in our political lifetimes. Our duty must surely be to our nation and its people, and in my constituency, the people of Romford voted by almost 70% to exit the European Union, and I can tell the House that they have not changed their minds and will not change their minds. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe our nation is up for this, whatever the challenges we may face, whatever the chicken licking style panic occurs, these fearful threats of doom and gloom just around the corner, the British people have the strength and resilience that will see us through, and try as they might, nothing will tempt us to adopt the kind of retreat that some are sadly and shamefully advocating. I can do no better than to quote the words of the late great parliamentarian Peter Shaw, who said that when the people feel they are being made subject to laws in which they have played no part and taxes to which they have not consented, respect for both law and government is undermined. Our tradition for order and peaceful change is not only based on the character of our people, but on the enduring belief that government and the governed will play fair. We must play fair with the British people and deliver a Brexit.
Speaker, it's an honour to follow the member for Romford. As elsewhere, the people of Warwick and Leamington remain extremely concerned by this crisis the country now faces. I came into Parliament, like others, to work to make our society more equal, lives better through a stronger economy. Therefore, I cannot vote for any deal that will lead to people being worse off. And I have to say, this deal will lead to such a case. We were told over a year ago by the Prime Minister that nothing had changed. Certainly in the past month, nothing has changed. The Prime Minister is still in place, despite the efforts of a great many in this House. A month on from when I was due to make my speech and the subsequent vote on the 11th of December, nothing has changed. There are no reassurances, no reassurances. There is nothing in writing, no changes to the Prime Minister's deal. And let us be clear, it is the Prime Minister's deal. 2.5 years on from the referendum, we learn that the Prime Minister has made her first phone calls to union leaders. We heard on Wednesday that my right honourable friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, had not once in the last 2.5 years had contact from the Prime Minister or with the Leader of the Opposition to the Prime Minister. It has also been revealed, disappointingly, a government strategy to marginalise Parliament, firstly from claiming that analyses did not exist and then limiting MPs' access to its economic impact studies, showing the economic damage that would be brought by not just a no deal, but all other deals. The process of Brexit has also shown that for nearly all this time, the Prime Minister seemed to work as some kind of rogue negotiator in parallel to the Brexit Secretary of the day. Evidence came to light during the Chequers deal when she shared with her Cabinet colleagues just hours before, and seemingly the Brexit Secretary was blissfully unaware of the details. Like a disastrous general election campaign when she failed to collaborate with her Cabinet colleagues, and we're witnessing once more the work of an autocratic tendency. These past few months have seen Parliament subjected to what can only be described as relentless verbal waterboarding. The Prime Minister tells us all that it's either her deal or no deal. This week's Brexit Secretary tells us it's her deal or no deal, and so it goes on. This is not a debate, and it's neither leadership. And sadly, it's the Prime Minister's failure to utilise the talents on her own benches and engage those of us across the floor that has caused this impasse. This was brought into sharp focus on Tuesday evening, when the Prime Minister finally met with MPs of all parties on Tuesday to hear our views on why no deal was not an option. I thank her for meeting us, but why did she not consider doing that 18 months ago? 2 months ago, I attended an event here hosted by the Japanese Embassy. The Secretary of State for Bears and Transport were also in attendance, along with many others. If you were present, you will recall that the speech made by the chair of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, his words were chilling. He said that member companies would act to protect with purpose their investments. That's natural. But let the country be under no illusion. There are 1,000 Japanese companies with major investments here in the UK, employing 150,000 people. They are here because they sought and want continued open access to the European market and European talent. But because the government is playing the ultimate game of brinkmanship, running down the clock, seeking to force Parliament to accept the deal, we are not seeing Parliament taking back control. But the harsh reality of the global economy is that many UK companies own foreign businesses here and vice versa. Just yesterday we heard from Ford and Jaguar Land Rover about the pressing pressures that they face from downturns in the global economy. I mention this because I fear more than anything the social and economic damage that will be caused by leaving the EU's customs union and the single market, neither of which are covered by the withdrawal agreement. If businesses needed any reason to divest from the UK, it is Brexit, and particularly a no-deal outcome. Since the referendum was called, international companies will have been actively reviewing their UK investments and evaluating the risks. Now all this is being brought into sharp focus in the context of what is happening globally, primarily as a result of the downturn in the Chinese economy. And we are seeing that, as I said, with the job cuts just announced yesterday from Jaguar Land Rover. Project Fear of 2016 was misdirected. I am actually talking about what I see as Project Reality and how Brexit will ultimately impact on UK manufacturing, not today, this year or in the next 5 years, but certainly in the next 10. And it is worth reminding the people of the statement made by the economic liberal Professor Patrick Minsford, who claims that any loss of manufacturing in the UK will be a price worth paying for leaving Europe. And universities will be hard hit as well. We've seen that with a decline in the numbers of EU students applying for graduate courses, and likewise for PhD courses in the UK, down 9% on last year. Had this situation not been serious, it surely is a national crisis after all, and the government in the death throes of a final negotiation with Europe, there is no doubt that the Prime Minister would be no longer. 2 days after she pulled the meaningful vote, she was facing a leadership contest. We are running out of time, and that is why I was pleased to support the amendment for the Right Honourable Learned Member for Beaconsfield to accelerate the next steps of this process. We have to move on from the vote next week and consider all the other options. The clock is ticking, and the Prime Minister knows it. Autocratic government is not what is needed in a time of crisis. The Prime Minister's deal must be voted down as an exercise in negotiation, with drawing up red lines right at the very beginning, declaring what she didn't want out of a deal. It has been an abject failure. We must let Parliament take back control of this process and ensure that the people are represented, all options urgently considered. Then let the best deal be put to the public against the option of remaining in Europe. But let us also be clear, no deal is absolutely not an option.
Order. After the next speaker, the limit will have to be reduced to 5 minutes. After the next speaker. James Duddridge.
Speaker, and I agree with my comrade opposite that this bill must be voted
down. I'm slightly surprised he describes the general election of 2017 as disastrous, given he came in on it. But, Mr. Speaker, despite this debate, I'm positive about Brexit. I think the process of delivering Brexit has been an unmitigated disaster. But the consequence of the vote, and ultimately, I think it will be a very positive thing. I am open to ridicule by comparing Brexit now, today, with the year 2000 debate and all the furore around that, you know, airplanes would come crashing out the skies, the world would stop rotating. There are echoes of that. But I think we will remember the complexity of the process, but I don't believe we will look back and see the actual event of Brexit and what occurs thereafter as a disaster. The Prime Minister repeatedly says if nothing is agreed, if nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. It therefore follows if everything has not been agreed, nothing has been agreed. The last 2 years have been frittered away at best and have been a monumental waste of time, a distraction from a clean Brexit. I personally feel let down by Parliament, I feel let down by the government, and I feel let down by the Prime Minister. The roots of this problem predate the 2015 and 2017 processes. They date back to the 70s and the referendum and our most recent referendums. Parliament chose to go down the referendum route because we abdicated responsibility collectively for making a decision. But now the public have made a decision. We say we want to dabble with that decision. There are two conflicting mandates, that of the referendum and that of the majority of people here in this House. Parliament can't have its cake and eat it. It cannot ask the public for a view and then ignore it. It can't abdicate responsibility for providing leadership to a question when it's put the question. It can't fail to provide the arguments behind a referendum and say the referendum failed to provide the arguments and a plan. There appears to be a settled view in this House that this plan is fundamentally flawed. But equally, there seems to be a view that there is no single plan which this House would approve. I personally think that this agreement is so fundamentally flawed, it's unamendable. The backstop has to go, the European Court of Justice involvement needs to go, we need to be able to set new trade deals, and we certainly don't want to hand over 39 billion. To be frank, I have lost trust in the Prime Minister's ability to negotiate a good deal, one that respects the vote of the people. The default position for leaving has always been to move to what WTO rules, World Trade Organisation rules. And whilst that's not my preferred option, I think it is a better option than what the Prime Minister has negotiated. Colleagues would have all taken soundings. I've been surprised how supportive my constituents have been, and slightly questioning when I hear other colleagues talking. Very, very few people support the plan. When I did an online poll, it wasn't representative but indicative, only 14% of my constituents supported the Prime Minister's plan. When I spoke to my own Conservatives, one or two supported, but the vast majority didn't support. However, I think we underestimate, some people are quiet, they go quiet. So people with supportive views come forward and those with unsupportive views don't. But I do feel that in blocking this deal, voting against this deal, I'm representing my constituents. And I was heckled earlier by my honourable friend who said in a menacing tone, your predecessor is looking down on you. The late Sir Teddy Taylor, I think, would have wanted the result to be respected on the 29th, and I think he will look back, and we should look at his career and others that have followed with great admiration and stand firm on what they knew they were campaigning for and what the British public knew they were voting for. Yeah. We can be an independent nation-state again. Let's not get too bogged down in the short-term detail and process. The outcome can be a great one. Great Britain and a United Kingdom as an independent nation-state.
Jim Fitzpatrick.
I'm grateful to be called in this debate and pleased to follow the honourable gentleman. I recognise the sincerity of his remarks, even though I disagree with his conclusions. To be clear, I campaigned for and voted Remain, and the Remain vote in Tower Hamlets, my borough, was 67%. Since then, and more recently, I've had many emails, some for no deal, some to support the Prime Minister's deal, but the majority for another referendum, which of course is code for reversing the original decision. Some colleagues on my side have said nothing has changed since the government pulled the vote in December, and I disagree. If the government had pressed the vote last month, I suspect I would have voted against. Now I'm not so sure for a number of reasons. First, time is running out. Yes, the Prime Minister has run down the clock, there's no denying that. Secondly, options like Amendment P on workers' rights, consumer protection and environmental standards, submitted by several of my honourable and right honourable friends, which I have signed, has been tabled. And thirdly, I supported new Clause 7 to the Finance Bill on Tuesday, and having demonstrated I didn't want a no-deal conclusion, I feel I should address what I do want, not just what I'm against. My party's policy is calling for a general election, and if and when there is a vote of no confidence, I will support it. But our first problem will be drafting a united manifesto. Secondly, we need to delay Article 50 and restart negotiations. This could mean months or years in Brussels, followed by what? Another referendum, perhaps. The amount of time, energy and money we've already spent on Brexit would be and could be duplicated. What has happened this week, Mr Speaker, outside on College Green and inside this chamber on Wednesday on points of order, show just how toxic this issue is, and it has to end. We need to make a decision. We need to move the country on and to move forward. The impact of the doldrums and the uncertainty is undermining business and the economy. Many colleagues have quoted dire forecasts if we follow one course or another. Doing nothing could be just as bad. I've had real disagreements on this at home with family, friends, members of my party and constituents. Labour's 6 tests were useful as a challenge, but they, like Gordon Brown's 5 tests for the euro, were never meant to be met in my view. Those judgments are fully subjective. On Northern Ireland question, I listened very carefully to the intervention of the Honourable Lady from North Down on column 407 on Wednesday. I'm sure other colleagues did too, in support of the Good Friday Agreement and the Prime Minister's deal. It's very easy to use hindsight to point out that which might have been done better. After the referendum, and especially post the 2017 general election, the government might have detoxified some of this issue if it had constructed a cross-party approach on negotiations. Part of Wednesday's debate focused on cross-party cooperation. There must be scope for a cross-party approach, as so powerfully made by the right honourable gentleman from Mid-Sussex earlier this morning. Mr Speaker, our separation from the EU has been described as a divorce after nearly 50 years. Divorces are horrible. I've been through one. There's pain and there are costs. The playground politics of those who thought and think this was going to be easy and pain-free, as the Father of the House described on Wednesday, are deluded. Over 17 million people voted leave, and it was a national referendum, not a popular in Limehouse, nor Tower Hamlets, nor even London. The Labour manifesto in 2017, which my constituents voted for, said we respect the outcome of the referendum. The Leader of the Opposition yesterday repeated Labour would negotiate a better Brexit deal, but we would be leaving. In conclusion, colleagues may have discerned from my comments, I'm talking myself into supporting the Prime Minister's deal next Tuesday, against no deal and against further delay. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm not far away. It seems the House isn't yet there at all. But at some point, we need to recognise the danger of no deal is still there, and the only real alternative on the table is the Prime Minister's deal.
Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what an honour it is to speak after the member for Poplar and Limehouse, who has been on a journey similar to myself, but probably from a different direction and a much longer one. And if there's anything that I can say to convince him to completely cross over the line to support this agreement, I hope I'm able to do that in this debate. So I rise in support of the withdrawal agreement, and it has been a journey for me. I wasn't here when this House voted for the referendum. I wasn't here when it voted to trigger Article 50. I did not campaign for either side during the referendum, but I did vote leave, and I knew what I was doing. Contrary to what members on the opposite benches have said, I was not misled, I was not confused, and I disagree with some of those on my side who feel that this deal is not what the 17.4 million voted for. I am one of the 17.4 million. I agree with the Prime Minister that no deal is better than a bad deal, but this is not a bad deal. In my maiden speech, I said democracy was messy. Of course it is. I never expected a perfect deal, and I always knew there would be concessions. Had this deal been on the ballot paper in the 2016 referendum, I would have voted for it as better than remaining. I have received thousands of wholly irreconcilable opinions from my constituents asking me to do things that are completely mutually exclusive. I have looked at what the best option is to satisfy as many as possible. I believe that this deal respects the referendum, but still looks after those who have concerns about the significant change we are making in our relationship with the EU. And so I'm supporting this deal, not because it's perfect or it's exactly what I wanted, and not just because I think it is good for the 52%, but because it is also good for the 48%. And why do I think so? Why do I think this is a good deal? Several reasons. I like the fact that it avoids a cliff edge because of the transition period. I like the fact that it gives us full control on services, which are 80% of our economy. I'm a free marketeer as much as I feel that we can do well on our own. I do actually like the compromises on state aid and monopoly law. I think those are good restrictions to stop us from descending into a completely, wholly socialist state. I like the fact that we're leaving ECJ jurisdiction, and I do also like the fact that we are ending free movement. Even the backstop, which does give concerns, has great advantages, not least of all that we will not be paying any money to the EU despite having access via Northern Ireland and in other areas to the markets. As someone to the EU markets. As someone who represents a farming constituency, the tariff and quota-free access negotiated in this agreement are most welcome. But more importantly, and the reason why I chose to speak on this specific day, is because of the guarantees it gives on citizens' rights, not just EU citizens in the UK, but UK citizens in the EU. And for those who want to vote against this deal, who speak about the loss of rights of citizens, how can you do that, knowing full well that a no deal would mean that those people, especially British citizens living abroad, who had no chance to vote in this referendum, would suddenly lose their rights? There are other options that people have talked about, revoking Article 50. I think that is a terrible idea. It's an idea that comes from people who think that they can wipe away the referendum and pretend it was all a bad dream. That can't happen. We should think carefully of the consequences. What are we saying if we, the United Kingdom, the fifth largest economy, certainly it was in 2016, same population as 15 members of the European Union. If we can't leave, then who can? And if we don't leave, why would the EU ever reform? Many on other sides, opposition benches talk about wanting to reform the EU. If we can't leave, why will they? They know that no one else will leave. We need to leave to show that this is not a prison, but a cooperative organisation, and if it no longer works for you, you can escape it. The member for South Shields, who's not in her place, talked about extending Article 50. I disagree with her. This is kicking the can down the road, and it will just keep us in this permanent limbo even longer. What happens if the EU says no? What happens if they demand concessions? The EU has said negotiations are over. It's either this deal, no deal, or no Brexit. I am not against no deal. It's not my preferred option, but I'm not against it. But I am against no Brexit, as are the vast majority of my constituents. I doubt that I'm going to be able to change the minds of many of my friends on this side of the House. I'm thinking of the member for Rayleigh, for South End, Berwick-upon-Tweed, Hornchurch, and Midpool and North Dorset. I wish that we would be in the same place, but we're not. But I'm happy that at least the member for Poplar and Limehouse might be coming across, and I would take that as a win. And I hope that many people will will think about changing their minds on this. Thank you,
Mr. Stephen Pound.
Mr. Speaker, when all's said and done and everything's been said that needs to be said, this House is very good at saying it all over again. And you, Mr. Speaker, could be forgiven a slight emotion of ennui as you've heard these arguments run over and over again. Certainly, I actually feel sympathy. I don't often feel sympathy with the wives of former Conservative Prime Ministers, but I think when Lady Eden said she felt the Suez Canal was flowing through her withdrawing room, I feel as if the British border on the island of Ireland is flowing through my living room. We spent so much time on this, and yet are we any further forward? The debate today, Mr. Speaker, has tended, in some cases, I make no particular comment, but it's headed in a slightly bellicose, bombastic way. It's almost as if Palmerston had returned to Romford. And I have to say, in the case of Rayleigh and Wickford, I rather felt that he was channeling rather more Horatio Bottomley than Horatio Nelson, but I think I can understand what his emotion was. But look, what I would like to say is that we've discussed at great length the grab-grind utilitarianism of the European Union. I was one of those who voted in 1975 to join the European Union, partly, it has to be said, seduced by Margaret Thatcher, but above all, it's not an expression you'll hear very often in this House, but above all, because as a representative of one of the first generations in this island's history not to have fought a European or a continental war, I felt that it was essential, it was crucial that we actually looked to the European ideal. And in all this discussion of trade and customs and barriers and all these backstops and everything, I think, Mr. Speaker, we're losing sight of that ideal. I'm not saying the European Union was a shining city on the hill, but it did set global standards for decency, for inclusion, for human rights, for freedom of belief, for freedom of worship, for interdependence, for environmental legislation, for workers' rights, for animal rights, and for universal suffrage. Things that when Francis Fukuyama wrote The End of History towards the end of the last century, he said the whole world will sign up for these emotions. He was wrong. There are many countries in the world that do not recognise these ideals, that do not recognise the European standard. And I think we Europeans, we are Europeans, I think those of us who are proud to be members of this community, of this continent, should actually recognise that we have a duty and a right to set the standards for many other people to at least emulate and learn from. We are surrounded in a dangerous, dangerous world. We have Kim Il-sung, we have Kim Jong-un, we have Trump, we have Putin, we have terrifying figures all around the world. Closer to home, we have difficulties, certainly, with Viktor Orban, with Kaczynski, with some of the Visegrad group, and yet we are talking about breaking up and walking away from this union, which is not just the most successful economic union, but it was one which was the ideal, an example for the rest of the world. Are we mad? Why on earth would we walk away from this? I am not one of those who subscribe to the chimera, to the sort of false promise of another referendum, which would inevitably be followed by a further referendum and then the best out of 5 referendum. But I think that if, God forbid, we do leave the European Union on March the 29th this year, we must not forget, we must not pause, we must make sure that our European brothers and sisters, our cousins, know that we still have affection and friendship and support and independence. Every single one of us, members of this House, has a duty to actually work with our fellow Europeans to let them know that this country may have made a decision, but it is not a way that separates us from the rest of Europe. It is a decision which I regret, which many of us do regret. More people regret by the day. But we will not stop being Europeans. And we owe it. We owe it to those with whom we have fought against and we have fought with, to look forward to the future as one people. And let us never, ever forget that aside from all the trade deals and the WTOs and the backstops, there is an ideal of a better, interdependent world of decent, common human standards. That was represented well in Europe. It is represented in this House. Let us never, ever forget the debt we owe to each other.
Thank you. Sir Mike Penning.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always difficult to follow someone whose oratory is so difficult to follow, especially for someone who was educated in Tottenham and in Essex, and most of my friends probably wouldn't have understood a single word he was saying. But he's a good friend, and I actually take in good faith.
That was a compliment, Stephen. It was
good faith. He's feeling that we should continue to be friends with Europe. And actually, I think they learned an awful lot from us, especially about universal suffrage, which we were doing long before we joined the European Union. And Mr. Speaker, in a moment you might hear me refer to you as to my history on this particular subject, because I started a thing called Conservatives Against a Federal Europe, which damaged my career enormously, but to stop me coming into this House for many years, because this party that I'm a member of now actually wasn't hugely supportive of people like Sir Teddy Taylor, which my honourable friend referred to. And I remember vividly, Mr. Speaker, being in Blackpool in the Odeon cinema where we were going to have a fringe meeting because we were prevented profoundly from being inside the conference area, and we were having a fringe meeting on Europe, and I asked the gentleman who was the political editor of the Sunday Times at the time, Michael Prescott, if he would be the chairman of that meeting, if you remember, Mr. Speaker, and there was some chap called Norman Tebbit on that platform, and a young upstart called John Bercow. And John Bercow, talking about oratory, Mr. Speaker, John Bercow made Mr. Tebbit look a bit left-wing. I think I'm absolutely right about that. And following that excellent fringe meeting, which was packed to the gunnels, mostly by government whips trying to find out what we were up to, I got a phone call from the then said John Bercow, could you make sure I'm on your fringe next year? I remember this very vividly, it's in my diaries for future publication.
All good,
now, Mr. Speaker, and I know you won't take this wrong way, I have not been on a journey since then, and I'm a Eurosceptic now because of my mentor and my beliefs. My mentor, Sir Teddy Taylor, the reason I'm in this House today. And I did get blocked at parliamentary boards, as the Speaker knows, because he was actually at a certain weekend parliamentary board where... No, Mr. Speaker. No, by Mr. Speaker. By others within my party that thought I wasn't perhaps from the correct background. We're all on a journey. Yes. And the reason it's very important for my constituents to understand that we are perhaps having a debate in the correct way in this House today. When we had the referendum, which I wasn't allowed to take part in 1975, because believe it or not, I was too young, I didn't a year later lobby my MP to say, oh, we want to do it again, because I wasn't allowed to vote, because I was too young. We accepted that decision in 1975. We accepted it. I was away in the army at the time, but we accepted it. And the reason I was so proud of this country in the referendum that took place is because the British public stuck two fingers up to the political elite and said, no, this is what we want to do, because you haven't got the guts to make that decision in the House of Commons yourself. Now, many in this House, including my Prime Minister at the time, didn't expect them to do that. And partly, in the back of my heart, I wanted them to, but my mind told me that they wouldn't do it. But they did. The British public said, by a large referendum, and I split my constituency's party split, said, no, we want to come out. I would really like to support the Prime Ministers and this government, but the issue for me is the backstop. I served in Northern Ireland and I lost good colleagues to protect the Union. I will not vote for anything that doesn't protect the Union. This is going to be a sovereign country. We can have part of this country outside the Union. So I say to the Prime Minister and I say to the Treasury bench, go back, do a deal. I've done deals with Europe before as a minister in 7 different departments. Sort the backstop out, give us our sovereignty, and you'll get this bill for this House and we'll leave the European Union.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I say I'm really looking forward to reading the member for Hemel Hempstead's diaries, particularly the bits that he's just saying. And can and can I wish you and every member of this House, Mr. Speaker, a very Merry Christmas? Or that is indeed what I would have done had I made this speech back in December when we were supposed to have had the conclusion of this debate. And we've done nothing over the last month apart from give the government an opportunity to ramp up the no-deal rhetoric that even the Foreign Secretary admitted this morning may not be an advisable choice for this country. Never in the recent history of this Parliament has the next few days been so important to this country and indeed to my constituents. And I think many in this House forget that they were sent here for two reasons. Firstly, and most importantly, to represent the constituents that they represent, but also to look after the best interests of the country. There will be lots of debate and argument, but never the sound of the division bell will be held in such significance as it will be on Tuesday as to which direction this country takes. And I say to those who know across this House that they want to do the right thing, but the rules of the game of this House preclude them from doing the right thing, that they should do the right thing for the country. Brave politicians break the rules. Brave politicians smash the moulds and do what's in the best interests of the country. This government certainly want to smash the mould. They are in danger of being the first government in history to wilfully and knowingly make the country poorer. This is the first in history that proudly admits that they will make my constituents poorer. Surely that can't be correct. Surely nobody voted to be poorer. So we need to stop this catastrophe now, and that means voting against the shoddy, blind, worst of all worlds Brexit deal and putting this back to the people in a public vote. Let's have more democracy, not less. We are 77 days away. The stakes could not be higher, and all the major questions as to the future are still unanswered. It's a time for the government in particular to start being honest with the country. But the Prime Minister can't be honest with the country because of fear from our own backbenches. And given the Home Secretary today told this House that we can have all the migration we wish for all the sectors that require it, plus uncapped international student immigration, and plus trade deals where migration will be at the top of the agenda, and still cut migration in net terms down to tens of thousands, is disingenuous to the people of this country. These deceptions must stop because they are not in the national interest. And the first thing that the government could do in the national interest is rule out a no-deal scenario. We know that any deal or any agreement, in particular a no-deal in this agreement that's on the table, will make our country poorer and much poorer than what we currently enjoy as a member of the EU. And this is where the government's problem comes in. You have two choices, one of two choices. You either leave the EU with no deal and have a clean Brexit, or you stick as close as possible you can to the EU institutions to reduce the pain and suffering and cost of a no-deal Brexit. And what the Prime Minister has done has set red lines, which means she does neither, and therefore has united Leavers and Remainers in this chamber against this deal. And then we come to the vacuous soundbite of taking back control of our borders, laws and money. I wish I had slightly more time, Mr Speaker, because actually I'd like to explain why the deal on the table means that we cede control of our borders, laws and money, more so than where we currently are at the moment. And this doesn't include 80% of services in our economy. That's services like financial services and higher education that are critical for jobs in my constituency. So I say that no unicorns are better than bad unicorns for this country. And it's much wider than the economy. It's about EU citizens. It's about our outlook to the world. It's about driving change in Europe. It's about taking our place in the world as someone who wants to work together with others. We cannot achieve what we want to achieve being an isolationist nation. In fact, the notion of global Britain, I'm glad the Foreign Office Minister is here, is as empty as a slogan as taking back control. So let's be bold. Let's take this deal on the table and give it back to the people in a people's vote and let them decide if this is the kind of Brexit they wanted, and if they want to save the country from the self-harm that we're just about to inflict on ourselves, they could quite simply vote Remain and keep us in the European Union.
Peter Heaton-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to say that I will be supporting this withdrawal agreement when we vote on it next Tuesday. And in making that decision, I've kept one thing and one thing only uppermost in my mind, and that is, how do I best represent the people of North Devon and what is in our best interest? And I'm thinking only of North Devon, of the people who put me here and what they put me here to do. And they put me here to deliver Brexit. The 2016 referendum result in North Devon was clear, 58% voted leave, and of course then the general election in 2017, in which I stood on a manifesto which committed to delivering Brexit. That result was clear, and deliver it I will. Now, I believe that this withdrawal agreement, while not perfect by any means, fulfils those pledges. It's not perfect, it's a compromise. There is some stuff in it that I don't like. There'll probably be some stuff in it that the EU27 don't like. But that's what a compromise is. But I think this agreement fundamentally does deliver on Brexit. It gives us control over our borders, our money, our laws and our security. It does enough, in my view, to deliver Brexit, while avoiding what I believe would be the risks inherent in leaving without an agreement. And we must avoid doing that, Mr. Speaker. Some say, mostly colleagues on all sides of the House who are strong Leave supporters, that this withdrawal agreement does not represent the Brexit they voted for, and they'd like me, therefore, to vote against it. Well, I'm sorry, but I am not prepared to take that risk. The risk is simply too great. People will disagree. They'll say, it'll all be fine. Of course we can leave without a deal. Of course there won't be shortages of foods and medicines. Of course there won't be a hard border in Ireland with all of the potential consequences that brings. Of course we'll be able to trade with the rest of the world in some tariff-free, sunlit upland. And I say to those people, you might be right, but you might be wrong. And that is not a risk I am prepared to take. Now, I want to be clear that I respect those who hold other views. I was much taken with the remarks of my right honourable friend, the member for Mid Sussex, who said we need to be moderate in our language, and if we disagree, we must disagree respectfully. Well, there's one thing I do disagree with, and that is the call for a second referendum or people's vote. The time limit doesn't allow me to go into all the reasons why. It runs to a page and a half. But quite simply, there is one thing to say. The real motivation of those who ask for a second referendum is that they want to reverse the result of the first. And that is something up with which we will not put. I want to say a word about a very important sector of the community and the economy of North Devon, namely agriculture. Farmers are understandably concerned. I do want the government to do more, particularly with the agriculture bill, and I've met the farming minister on many occasions. But yesterday there was a significant development when a group of farmers' unions issued a very clear statement warning strongly against the risk of a no-deal Brexit and in favour of the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement. They have got this right. So I've come to a conclusion which I believe, in my judgment, is the best one for North Devon and the UK. I believe that this withdrawal agreement is just that. Whatever conclusion I come to, there will be large numbers of people in my constituency who disagree. It is simply impossible for me or anyone else in this House to please everyone. Impossible to reach a decision with which everyone will concur. But it's my job, Mr. Speaker, to reach a judgment that I think is in the best interests of most people. And it's my judgment that there is one thing that most people agree with now, and that is that we now just need to get on with it. Businesses, farmers, EU citizens living, working and providing such a valuable input to our economy here, as well as UK citizens living, working or retired in the EU, want certainty. They want to get on with it. I want to get on with it. My constituents in North Devon want to get on with it. This House should get on with it and support this withdrawal agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the honourable member for North Devon, who's clearly doing his best to represent his constituents in challenging times. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said in the last 3 years about the relationship between the EU referendum and immigration. The National Centre for Social Research found that people who want the government to prioritise cutting immigration overwhelmingly voted Leave, and those who they describe as middle-class Liberals nearly all voted to remain. And it may surprise nobody that in Bristol West, my constituency, hardcore Romania, I have never been asked to reduce immigration or to do less for refugees. And we are proud of the benefits of immigration and a diverse population that we celebrate in my constituency. But, Mr. Speaker, having concerns about immigration or wanting it to be cut does not mean that someone is racist. Believing that someone is worth less than others and should have worse treatment because of their race and acting on those beliefs, that makes someone racist. Mixing up the two is unhelpful and
and insulting. I will not do it. But I also think that fear of that has held us back from talking honestly and properly about immigration. I want an immigration system which Remain and Leave voters can all believe in and trust, which operates rules efficiently and fairly, but honours our international obligations to refugees and respects human rights. The system the government is proposing in its long-awaited white paper and immigration bill, in my view, does not achieve this. And as a result, I believe nobody's going to be satisfied. This government has failed to lead a national debate, or even a parliamentary one, about what we all want and need from an immigration system. We do not, as a consequence, have a way of talking about immigration, and we should. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about immigration. My father was a migrant from India. My mother from a working-class white family from the north. I've lived in parts of the country where absolutely no other brown people had ever lived, as well as very diverse places like the part of Bristol I now have the honour to represent. And Mr. Speaker, we are all, in a sense, migrants. Some of us from families who've lived in the same place for generations, but we all got to where we are now from somewhere else once. And we all have the potential to be migrants from desire or necessity. In the 1980s, Tory ministers actually advocated a policy of economic migration when they said to unemployed people, get on your bike. In the last few years, many people, my husband included, have benefited from the opportunities of freedom of movement that's provided for living, working and studying in countries across the EU. Others have come here to work, filling gaps in our workforce, and they see the benefits of migration. And I want to see an improved response to refugees. Across the country, I believe a compassionate nation with a strong sense of justice agrees that people should be protected if they're fleeing war, persecution and torture. But I don't think I've ever come across anyone who thinks our current system of responding to refugees is working well right now. I'll discuss this in more detail when we have the second reading debate of the bill. And we have two urgent problems for our immigration policy. One, the state of our current system, and two, the rise of the far right. The largest category in my own caseload as an MP has always been immigration, and my experiences of a system in chaos which serves nobody well, wastes public money and treats people very badly. Passports and ID documents get lost, decisions take months, there are long waits for appeals, people are denied the right to be with their families on family occasions when a visit visa is refused, and the Home Office admits that severe staffing shortages have led to a backlog, a sheer large backlog of rising numbers of claims. And we've had the Windrush scandal in which people who've had the legal right to be here were treated appallingly. And this government proposes to put more people into the same system. I'd like to think this would be a levelling up, a system of high standards for all and fair rules properly applied, but I do not. I'm not surprised that constituents of mine from the EU27 are worried that they will become the next Windrush scandal. I'm horrified at how many EU20 citizens are now leaving the UK and leaving behind them staff shortages, and I'm angry at the uncertainty for British people in the EU27, but I'm also sad for people who thought that voting leave would lead to a reformed, fair, reliable immigration system which works in the interest of the whole country, because that does not look likely. And on the rise of the far right, I'm worried, we all should be worried, because when we fail to construct an immigration system everyone can believe in, the far right moves into that vacuum. And this country is already very divided, and I fear those divisions will get worse. So, next Tuesday I will vote against the Prime Minister's deal. I will vote against her crashing us out with no deal. We then have to consider rapidly what other options we have, and almost certainly we will need to consult the people, and I believe that's best done through a general election. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to celebrate migration. We have the means to do it. Let us do that.
Thank you. Julia Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I was fortunate enough to speak in the first attempt at this debate, so I shall try not to repeat myself. Nonetheless, the events of the past week lead me to recall again the terrible sense of dread I felt last summer as I looked upon this chamber and realised that this House risked finding itself out of step with the wishes of the British people. In hindsight, that instinct was simply the extension of the worry that sat deep in my stomach on election night in 2017, when it became clear that Brexit would have to be delivered by a minority government in a parliament that has never fully reconciled itself to leaving the EU, in spite of manifesto promises by both main parties. The direct democracy of the referendum was going to smash painfully into the representative democracy of our parliamentary system, risking a constitutional crisis that could reverberate across our nation. The votes of the past week may lead some honourable and right honourable members to suggest that Parliament is simply taking back control of the Brexit process in the face of overweening government. A noble mission, perhaps, if it wasn't for the fact that this House appeared not to be cleaved along pro-government or pro-parliament lines, but divided by those who wish to deliver on the referendum and those who do not. I have every respect for the passion with which parliamentarians hold their personal views. We come to this place to fight for what we believe to be the right path for this precious nation. But I say to those who see Brexit as a mistake to be mitigated or a problem that must be stopped altogether, you must surely now fear that the public will see not the principled flexing of parliamentary muscle, but the conceit of a political class that was already held in contempt and could soon find itself despised. Turning to the substance of the withdrawal agreement. I was elected on a manifesto that committed us to leaving the EU and with it the single market and customs union. To this end, nearly 3 years on from the referendum, I sorely wish I could vote for this withdrawal agreement and its many sensible provisions. But as hard as I have tried, I cannot ultimately see it as the product of a mature compromise which delivers Brexit, or a sensible start to what was always going to be a long and difficult process. I am not seeking it to defeat the good in some naive quest for the perfect, but I say without careless dismissal or ideological rancour, this withdrawal agreement is not the good. Far from providing closure, this agreement merely heralds another 2 years of political discord and economic indecision as we thrash out our future relationship, in the meantime causing immense damage to faith in our democracy and extending the corrosive limbo into which our businesses have been thrust. As we open up this next chapter, arguments will begin on what kind of future relationship we want, at which point it will very quickly dawn on us that we have given up all our negotiating leverage. Committed by treaty to the handover of £39 billion, we will be tethered to a default position of a de facto customs union from which we have no unilateral means of exit and from which I can see precious little incentive for the EU to move us. The benefits of Brexit, such as the possibility of an independent global trading strategy, will not be deliverable, while the security cooperation offered in good faith by the Prime Minister could instead see us linked into emerging EU defence frameworks. Before Christmas, honourable members will each have received the warnings of former MI6 Chief Sir Richard Dearlove, who could not have been more explicit about the threat posed by the superficially benign security commitments in this deal. The CEO of the European Defence Agency himself confirms that acceptance of the rule of the Common Security and Defence Policy is an unavoidable prerequisite for even ad hoc UK participation in the EU's defence projects, which the political declaration specifically requests. This is no small matter. Binding ourselves to the EU's defence frameworks risks over time compromising this nation's defence and relationships to our very closest allies. We are all tired. The country is tired. Everyone wants resolution in this great battle of ideas, but I implore the House to realise that this withdrawal agreement is not that resolution. It challenges the integrity of our union rather than protects it. The common rulebook is the EU's rulebook. The flexible framework for defence cooperation is a rigid one. There will be no new trade agreements of any substance. This agreement is a Brexit mirage beyond which lies no oasis but more division and decidedly less sovereign power to resolve it. Should this vote be lost, I would ask the Prime Minister to make clear that the withdrawal agreement cannot get through this House, request the removal of the backstop, move on from the de facto customs territory and present a framework for a future trade agreement with money staggered according to progress made, and in the meantime step up every necessary preparation to leave on the 29th of March, which remains the legislative default unless government reneges on its desire to deliver Brexit. Parliamentarians have spent the past 2 years trying to wish away the political meteor that hit the UK in June 2016. There is no land of milk and honey awaiting us after Brexit, only the opportunities that we make for ourselves as a people from our own talents, efforts and energy. Whether we fail or succeed is up to us, and that is surely the point. If we vote through this withdrawal agreement, however, it will be the EU that holds the key to our own destiny.
Thank you. Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Hornchurch and Upminster. But I would also like to thank my honourable friend for Bristol West for her statement about the state and migration and the immigration. I think she spoke some very powerful points that should be addressed and listened to by all. So when is a deal not a deal? When is an agreement just a draft agreement? When is a vote not a vote? So 2 years from triggering Article 50, Parliament is presented with two documents. The 500-page plus document setting out how we go about leaving the EU and a second political declaration on the future. It's almost as if we have a technical drawing of an EU taxi, which may or may not have 4 wheels, and which all of us, well, some of us, may be able to get out or not. But it's all right, we'll enjoy it. But the big problem is, and it's a very big problem, we have barely a napkin sketch about where we are going. There are stirring fears of cries of no Brexit, no deal. But this House will not allow a no deal. Indeed, after the judgment of the European Court of Justice, we can, unilaterally and without loss of our current arrangements, withdraw the Article 50 notice, a danger which is now described as no Brexit. Once upon a time, no deal was better than a bad deal, and Brexit meant Brexit. Once upon a time, we were told we could have a free trade agreement concluded well before March 2019. Once upon a time, we were told that we would all hold the cards. It will be quick and easy. And once upon a time, the free trade agreement with Europe was going to be the easiest in human history. Yet we are 77 days from leaving the European Union with a deal that cannot win the support of this House, and it faces a perilous position of putting us in no deal. It turns out the statements were just mere assertions, possibly of hope and expectation, but rather than any achievable goal based on fact. Countries across the globe are looking at Britain in despair and saying to the Prime Minister, rule out no Brexit. The vote was not to leave anyway. The vote was based on promises by a Leave campaign which have subsequently turned out to be fairy tales. And now there are cries of, but respect the vote. We can't change our minds no matter how the facts reveal themselves. There is no disrespect in re-evaluating a position or a decision when better information is available. On evidence, we eventually decided the world was not flat and that the earth went around the sun. And the other effect of the deal is, of course, to fuel the cry for the second independence referendum in Scotland. The Tory party, with unionists in this title, are doing more to fracture the union of our four nations than anyone else. But on that point, I would make reference to the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Lochaber. In his speech in December, he made a coherent defence of the value of membership of the EU, both in cultural, community and economic terms. One that simply by replacing EU with UK becomes even more valid. But we are faced today with a disingenuous deal, the best described as it's better than no deal. But this is a betrayal of the young people, of our communities, our farmers and our manufacturers in East Lothian. The Prime Minister and others today have indeed said, just people are sick of Brexit, let's get it finished. With all due respect, that's rubbish. My constituents are deeply, deeply concerned about Brexit. They are concerned about this deal and what will follow. They are deeply concerned about the impact of Brexit on their jobs, their security, and most of all, the prospects for the future generations. With Parliament deadlocked, the promises of Leave has proven to be just that, empty promises. It is time to take the decision back and give it to the people in a people's vote. It would appear, if we can't depart on any terms that will not make us poorer, will not make us less secure, will not put at risk peace in the island of Ireland, where political declarations are more akin to the king's clothes, people choose to see what they want. So having been elected to represent my constituents of East Lothian, I say no to this deal. I say no to no deal. I don't have an option of saying yes, but I would say yes to staying in Europe. I would say yes to a people's vote, to let my constituents choose, to choose on the basis of fact, rather than a once-upon-a-time fairy tale. That way, we may all live happily ever after. Thank you.
On the whole. It's a great pleasure to follow my honourable friend from the Council of Europe, from the member from East Lothian. This is only the fourth time that I have spoken in a Brexit-related debate. It's not the fourth time that I have spoken full stop. I think it's very important that we all make the point that there are things that are going on here as part of normal business that we continue to participate in, and I have done so. In only speaking in 4 Brexit-related debates, I'm not ignoring Brexit. But for the reasons that were set out by my right honourable friend from Mid-Sussex in a fundamentally excellent speech that he gave at the beginning of this debate, I have been very concerned by the language that has been used here and by the lack of respect for anyone who puts a view that is contrary to their own in this place and outside. And we will all have seen the Twitter feeds that have characterised this. But my view of all of this has been sorely tested. I do think that a major turn-off to the British people is the humiliation that was shown to the Prime Minister and indeed to the British people by the European Commission. And that follows the treatment that was given to David Cameron when he tried to change the European Union. And are we surprised by that at all? All we need to think back is to a Council of Europe meeting at which a pro-Remain member of this House questioned Mr. Juncker, who was there as a visiting head of state equivalent, about how he was going to handle the budget for the European Commission. And if I can paraphrase his words, she was told to mind her own business. To mind her own business. And we had to stand up and to remonstrate with him in order to get him to come back and answer the question. And I think that lack of interest, that arrogance in the whole of the matter has sorely tested my faith in the deal. When it comes to the Irish backstop, I think that my approach to this is to look at this in terms of risk. If it is so unwanted by the European Union, if we are so sure that we are not going to use it ourselves, one has to ask the question why it is there in the first place. But I fully accept that assessment of risk means that we are never, the likelihood of us using it is so remote as to be almost infinitesimal. Similarly, in relation to the use of a no-deal Brexit, I don't believe that is all about WTO rules. I don't believe that WTO rules are, in fact, the principal reason for wanting a deal. The principal reason for wanting a deal is to bring to a close the 40-plus years that we have had a relationship with the European Union. It's to bring to a close all of those things, such as legal cases, that are hanging over the edge, to make sure that we know how to deal with them, how we deal with the charging mechanisms, and things like that. Now, the Archbishop of Canterbury may have changed his view, according to press reports, about the need for a people's vote, but I have not. For the reasons that have already been set out here, I do not think a new people's vote is a good thing to be going forward. And in putting forward an alternative vision of what we need to see outside of a Brexit-related issue, I think that I am very keen to ensure that we are seen that we are still players in Europe. And we do that by giving more credibility to the Council of Europe and our involvement in the Council of Europe. And why should we do that? One very good reason. Our leaving the EU does not mean a bonfire of workers' rights. That is protected by a 1961 treaty on workers' rights that the Council of Europe brought in and that we signed.
Mr. Speaker, in the words of Ian Drury, reasons to be cheerful, part 2. I gave the first part of this speech on the 6th of December, column 1171, and this is the continuation, the additional 5 minutes that I have today.
Hear, hear.
And hopefully you will judge whether it's what a waste or not. I want to focus today not on the foreign affairs international aspects, but I do want to begin by pointing out that the government's slogan, Global Britain, and the phrase that we will be a free and independent country, again,
We are a free and independent country today.
Stop talking us down.
And we have had a policy, a very successful policy of global Britain for decades. And it was Margaret Thatcher, after all, who brought in the European single market, which has been such a benefit to our economy. And it was the Labour government of Tony Blair that made such an impact on the development of the European Union as it has developed out of the European Economic Community that we joined in 1973. Now, I want to say some things about the Labour Party, and I want to say some things to the Labour Party and to Labour voters and Labour Party members all over the country. In 1975, as an undergraduate, I was putting out anti-common market leaflets on the Arbury estate in Cambridge the day before my economics final exam. And those leaflets, I was campaigning for Cambridge against the market. We decided we wouldn't be with the Get Britain Out campaign because they included the National Front and racists and, of course, the Communist Party, because Stalinists are always happy to line up with the far right, the red shirts and the brown shirts, and that is the same that the Morning Star is doing at this very moment when it supports Brexit, as does the rape cult, the Socialist Workers' Party. But we are in a position where the Labour Party is in a bizarre position, and it was confirmed when I intervened on the Shadow Home Secretary at the beginning of this debate. We are pursuing a Brexit. According to the brief from the PLP office earlier this week, we are going for a sensible Brexit, whatever that is. The reality is, all over the country, we know there is no such thing as a jobs-first Brexit. It is entirely about mitigating the damage. And I have to say, I don't believe that any government would have been able to negotiate anything very different to what Theresa May, the Prime Minister, has negotiated with the EU 27. Because the EU is a rules-based, legally based institution where the four freedoms are integral and they cannot be cherry-picked. Whether you have a red cake with red cherries or a blue cake with blue cherries, they won't allow it. So therefore, this deal and the backstop and everything else is an essential part of preserving the integrity of the institutions of the European Union. And why should an organisation you are proposing to leave give you better terms than it gives to its members? That would be unprecedented. So therefore we have to face reality. There is no socialist Brexit. There is no jobs first Brexit. There is no better Brexit. The choice we have to face is, do we wish to go into the blindfold Brexit that is being put forward today, whereby we don't know the future terms of the trading relationship? It could be Canada fragilexialidocious, or it could be Norway plus, but we have no idea. And the fact is, once we have passed this motion, if we do, and I'm sure it will go down, we then are in a very dangerous, uncharted position where a right-wing government in the future could take us into a job-cutting, deflationary or austerity Brexit. And that is why I'll be voting against it and voting to stay in the European Union, if I can, to revoke Article 50 if we get the chance.
Called Tomlinson.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Ilford South, and his reasons to be cheerful part 2. It sounded like he may have needed a part 3 to fully complete his remarks, and I'm very sorry I missed his reasons to be cheerful part 1. But actually that's my first point, Mr. Speaker, because I've been struck by the tone of the debate today. I don't know, perhaps it's because it's a Friday, but it's been rather measured, and it's been rather constructive, and I agree entirely with my right honourable friend, the member for Mid Sussex, and it's a point that was picked up on by my honourable friend, the member for North Devon, my honourable honourable friend, the member for Henley. I disagree with the conclusion of all three of them. But they're absolutely and fundamentally right about the importance of the language and the tone that we use in this place. And I commend them for that and fully agree with the points that they made on the language. I also agree with the Prime Minister and would like to acknowledge the hard work that she has endeavoured to get us this far, and with her comment that the British people just want us to get on with it. In that, she is absolutely right. And my constituents, in fact, have been saying that for a number of months, if not years. And I certainly didn't come into politics to bang on about Europe or to squabble about the EU endlessly. But sadly, this proposal does not get on with it. And this is my first and fundamental objection to the proposal, and it's in relation to the backstop, because we cannot unilaterally get out of it. It is ceding control, it is ceding sovereignty, it is not taking back control. We'll be reliant upon a cooperative EU in order to exit from the backstop, and this is the precise opposite of getting on with it. And I agree with my honourable friend, the member for Hornchurch and Upminster, with what she says. Now, people say, well, we won't inevitably end up in the backstop, that we may not ever get there. We could extend the implementation period. But in fact, the Father of the House at PMQs confirmed it will be years these negotiations will take. My older friend, the member for Orpington, again on the same day, cited evidence that it could well be the mid-2020s before a deal is secured. This prolongs uncertainty. It prolongs uncertainty. Businesses are looking for certainty. This deal does not give them that. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General himself, in his advice, confirmed that there is a risk that there will be protracted and repeating rounds of negotiations. We cannot get out of this of our own volition. That is my first and fundamental objection to it. And my second is the Court of Justice of the European Union. It is technically correct that we won't be subject to the jurisdiction of the CJEU, but it will still retain significant and prominent role under the proposed treaty in relation to movement of goods, VAT, excise, agriculture and environment. Further, under Article 174 of the proposed agreement, any interpretation of EU law is in question. Where it is in question, it is the CJEU who will be the final arbiter. It will be referred to them, and that decision will be binding. As we have seen with the recent judgment in relation to revocation of Article 50, it is a highly political court, and this proposal does not rid us of its shackles. Thirdly, just as importantly, although I don't dwell on it at length, just as importantly, this proposal threatens the integrity of the United Kingdom. I'm a unionist, I'm a member of the Conservative and Unionist Party, and this introduces a separate regulatory regime for Northern Ireland, and for me, that is a fundamental problem. Mr. Speaker, I'm a serial loyalist. I have never rebelled against the government in my admittedly very few 3.5 years in this place. And I do so with a heavy heart, but with a clear head that this is not the right deal. Mr. Speaker, in the time remaining, I want to make two further points. The Prime Minister has rightly been stepping up plans and preparations for no deal, or a World Trade Organisation, or a clean global Brexit, as I like to call it, quite right so. We will be ready. It is not my preferred outcome. But if it happens, we will be ready, because we have good ministers in place. We have the Foreign Secretary in his place. We have good ministers. We have good civil servants who will be ready and prepared. We are an ingenious nation, and we will make sure that we are ready. My final point, Mr. Speaker, is this. The Prime Minister is absolutely right to say that we will have no second referendum, to say that we will have no extension beyond the date of the 29th of March. Other honourable members have mentioned that. She has been firm in that, and in that she is absolutely right. There is a huge risk that the trust will be broken between politicians and the public if that were not the case, and the Prime Minister is right to stand firm.
Oscharalambus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the member for Mid Dorset and North Poole. Mr. Speaker, 62% of the people in my constituency of Enfield Southgate voted to remain in the EU. I too voted to remain, and like many, I was stunned by the result of the referendum. Many of my constituents found it hard to comprehend Those who had any relationship with an EU citizen became very anxious and worried about the future. Some people voted leave because of immigration. I don't believe we had a proper debate about immigration during the referendum, as any reasonable talk of it was drowned out by the noise. The Immigration White Paper states that the government are committed to reducing annual net migration to sustainable levels, but they should be honest about immigration and spell out how immigration is a good thing for the UK. EU migrants are net contributors to the UK economy, paying taxes of over £2 billion per year. Contrary to what was being peddled by some on the Leave side, immigrants are 43% less likely than native-born UK residents to claim benefits and are 7% less likely to live in social housing. The truth is that when people come here, they're not coming here to claim benefits, but are coming here to work. When they're working, the whole economy benefits. My constituents, who are EU nationals, have been working in the UK for many years, contributing to the UK economy. They pay taxes, keep our public services and businesses going, and socially enrich our local community. Let's face facts. The UK has an ageing population. The Office of National Statistics puts the UK median age at 40. 18% are over 65 years old, and this figure is increasing. Only workers will secure our future. EU migrants to the UK have tended to be younger, better educated, and have the high skills that we need for economic growth. What would it cost the UK economy to train all these highly educated EU migrants here in the UK? I've no doubt that it runs into the many billions. We're getting the benefit of their education and skills for free because they're choosing to work in the UK. I'm the son of immigrants. My parents came to the UK in the 1960s. They worked hard, paid their taxes, bought their home and raised a family of 3. There were many more like them who made a positive contribution to the UK economy over many years. The Treasury Select Committee reported on the UK's economic relationship with the EU. The report concluded that there would be a significant negative impact on GDP when we leave the EU if there was no freedom of movement of workers. Members of the party opposite espoused that leaving the EU would bring freedom from regulatory bureaucracy. The deal actually creates more bureaucracy for businesses and workers. To recruit a non-UK citizen to work, an employer would have to make a job offer, pay fees and charges, and then hope that, with lightning speed, the Home Office would process the visa application. It sounds simple, but I'm sure that all members know from their casework that visa applications already take months and months. I'm not filled with confidence that future work visa applications will be dealt with speedily in a vastly under-resourced, understaffed Home Office. This bureaucracy could lead to a logjam. It will be bad for business, bad for the economy, and bad for the people of the UK. Is this what taking back control was meant to mean? The bureaucracy would also apply to doctors, scientists and engineers, to name but a few. Can really afford any delay when a surgeon is needed to come to the UK to carry out a life-saving operation? And what about the jobs that do not meet the £30,000 salary threshold? We already have a shortage of care workers, teachers, nurses, social workers and other professionals that pay less than £30,000 per year. Perhaps the government are planning and introducing legislation to bring these professions' minimum pay up to £30,000 a year. I think not. Rather than set us free, allowing us to take back control, this deal ties up the UK in red tape. It builds a wall around the UK and takes up the drawbridge. It fundamentally fails to take account of the reality in the world. I have help in researching the facts of this speech from an intern from my constituency who is British-born, is studying at a university in the Netherlands, and whose girlfriend is Romanian. This is what the modern world looks like. Supporting this deal would fail to recognise that we are living in an ever-evolving smaller world. The freedoms and opportunities available to young people to work and study abroad are unparalleled. This deal could dash their futures. As the Chancellor said about the referendum, people did not vote to become poorer. This is exactly what would happen if we vote for the deal. I cannot and will not support this deal. It makes us worse off. It is wrong for the people of Enfield Southgate, it is wrong for the economy, and it is wrong for the UK.
Thank you. Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable for Enfield Southgate. The question being asked by number 10 and journalists alike seems to be whether it's possible for a Brexiteer such as myself, half French, une femme qui adore l'Europe, mais pas tellement l'Union Européenne, will be able to support the PM's withdrawal agreement. I can translate it, a woman who loves Europe, but not so much the European Union. Will be able to support the PM's withdrawal agreement political declaration in their current form. As a pragmatist, I appreciate that perfection is often the enemy of the good. In fact, the perfectionists in my family, of which there are two, I am often heard to say, usually in relation to their homework procrastination, done is better than perfect. And that philosophy holds true with any agreement with the EU to assist as smooth a Brexit as possible. But, Mr. Speaker, the PM's unequivocal determination to ensure the status of EU citizens in the UK, including my mother, as it happens, is absolutely right. And it's good to see the drip feed of confirmation over the last few weeks that other EU countries are also putting through legislation to ensure that mutual status for British citizens living in their countries, in case we do indeed have to leave on the 29th of March in a no-deal environment. But as the Home Secretary has had to demonstrate in the last couple of weeks, the challenges of illegal migration, what constitutes a refugee rather than an economic migrant, what our policy choices which are supported by our electorate are and can be going forwards, these are all questions which have been very much part of the Brexit debate conversation. And the reason why so many voted Brexit was in part in order to feel that they have a more direct line for their views and voting power to be heard in this policy area. Not to close the door, but to determine it for ourselves. But today I'd really just like to highlight one area of concern beyond the question of the backstop, which my honourable friend, the member for, I'm going to get it wrong, Middelden-Norfolk, thank you, which is my concern over the wider defence and security canvas. I am profoundly concerned that as the leading military European nation in NATO, as in other areas of the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration, the EU's intention is to reduce our ability as a third country to act independently in the defence arena and to maintain that position and commitment that we have now. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we must look very closely at the proposed relationship with the EU post-Brexit, which the Prime Minister is planning to negotiate, and consider whether we should be accepting what is clearly beneficial to the EU if it would have significant detriment to the UK, our defence industry, control of our own defence and security forces, and how we could independently and with sovereign capability ensure we can decide what we do for our economic and constituent security in the decades ahead. I am concerned by the short-termist tone of ministers and the government that there must be no disruption to daily life, but in so doing, the propositions set forwards everywhere leave us with long-term risk of not having really Brexited to regain our freedom of choice and indeed responsibility for our actions. Brexit means having nowhere to hide and no one else to blame. Mr. Speaker, the language of the political declaration is for flexible and scalable cooperation to protect from threats, to work closely at bilateral levels and within international organisations, which all sounds good. But then the language turns to combined efforts with the EU, where we already have a powerful and effective combined effort network framework in NATO, with EU countries wrapped up in that security blanket already. The most recent treaty published this week between France and Germany, that underlying reason for the EU to stop battles between those two nations and try to maintain peace in Europe after such destructive wars last century, highlights France's continuing need to reassert their position vis-à-vis Germany. And indeed, yesterday, the German Foreign Minister talked again of how the EU army is becoming a reality. This distracts both military effort, financial investment, and indeed from effective outcomes for all our allies throughout NATO. And I believe we must stand firm in reasserting and driving through policy which ensures NATO can remain the cooperative organisation which effectively provides security protection through Article 5. The problems the Prime Minister has agreed to with the EU simply risk the freedom to protect our defence industry as we believe necessary and beneficial. So, Mr. Speaker, I remain profoundly concerned that proposals in the political declaration, off the back of the withdrawal agreement, hold unacceptable risk, and it's always that question of balance of risk to the United Kingdom's defence and security, flexibility and autonomy, and which reduces the benefits for UK plc, being a global maritime trading nation for the last 400 years. We should be able to bring once more that back as our focus as we go forward to becoming an independent country once again.
Luke Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, immigration has been a big part of the Brexit debate and has been one of the most contentious issues in modern political times. The right honourable member for Mid Sussex made clear earlier that it should be robustly and respectfully debated, and I hope to do so in my remarks here. I recognise, Mr. Speaker, as many others do, that immigration does stir passions, and that actually we in this House need to have the courage to confront this issue that not only vexes our country and our constituents, but also the United States, many of the EU states, and also many of the Asian states as well. Mr. Speaker, immigration is a very important issue for me. I've been lucky enough to live and work on 3 separate continents and experience the immigration regimes of the People's Republic of China, the Kingdom of Thailand, and the Republic of the United States of America. So I have been through those immigration systems. I have seen the costs related to them. I have seen the costs and benefits related to them as well. And what is clear is the United Kingdom has had a significant amount of immigration over the past 2 decades. The Migration Advisory Committee report has made clear that the experience actually of immigrants across the United Kingdom and of immigration across the United Kingdom has been very different. And this is reflected in the numbers, Mr. Speaker, where England has far more foreign nationals and people born abroad in than Scotland does. 5.5 million versus 358,000 and 16% versus 9% respectively, shows that the UK as the whole is not some sort of backward, narrow-minded backwater that so many members opposite keep trying to make us out, but actually we're a booming international country that has and always will continue to welcome people who want to come and live and work here. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond to a few of the criticisms from SNP members opposite, because I think they've been very ill-tempered and actually poorly judged contributions that have come from them. They talk about the UK and Scotland as if they're one place. Well, we know that's not true. Net migration in London is over 88,000 in 2016-17. In Glasgow, it was just over 5,000. In Perth and Kinross, which I share the constituency with the member for Perth and North Perthshire, it was 148. In Clackmannanshire, that sits entirely within my constituency, the average was 15 from 2000, since 2004 to 2016. Secondly, other parts of the UK are not hotbeds of anti-immigrant sentiment. In fact, if you look at the British Social and Attitudinal Survey in 2016, there's only a variation of 5 to 6 percentage points between Scotland, Wales and England on the opinion of immigration, and that's where Scotland's had immigration in its thousands, and England and Wales have experienced it in the millions. Thirdly, the SNP make themselves out as champions of EU nationals, but in 2014, the then Deputy First Minister, now First Minister Nicola Sturgeon, clearly said that EU nationals would be stripped of their right to remain in Scotland if Scotland became separate and was outside the UK, outside of the European Union. They were used as a bargaining tip. It was despicable then, and it's undefendable by SNP members now. Of course I'll give way.
Grateful to the honourable member for giving way. While this debate has been taking place, BBC The Social, a wonderful, fairly new social media BBC channel based in Glasgow, have posted a video of a young woman called Patricia who arrived from Poland 12 years ago with £100 in her pocket and is now running a vitally important charity for vulnerable young women in Scotland. Under the immigration rules he's now proposing. Does the honourable gentleman agree that the immigration rules should be changed to prevent the next Patricia with £100 in her pocket coming to Scotland to bring the benefits that today's Patricia has brought?
No, I don't think that the honourable gentleman opposite has ever listened to any of my speeches. I am one of the most liberal and pro-immigration politicians in this House. For people who want to work here, live here and contribute, our doors should be open, and Patricia is a fine example of that. I welcome her, as I welcome the Syrian refugees that have experienced racism in my own constituency, where within the last month I have had grown men in tears in my constituency office because of the racism they're experiencing in my constituency in modern-day Scotland. And that racism must be called out and addressed in Scotland, in England, in Wales, anywhere it appears in the United Kingdom, and it will be. So, Mr. Speaker, engaging in this debate is what we as politicians should be doing. My honourable friends here on the other side talked about being honest and being direct, and I think that's completely right. The MAC report is very clear that immigrants are net contributors to our economy. They make a beneficial contribution to our country, but they do also recognise that where there have been high concentrations of immigration, public money has not followed these areas of immigration, and actually we need to make sure we invest in the infrastructure so that the burden of immigration, when it comes in terms of numbers on public services, is actually taken on by government and not by individual constituents who are trying to integrate, who are trying to contribute. And it's very clear that in my constituency, in Clackmannanshire Council, I've got the letter here, happy to put in the library, which is SNP run. We actually have formal advice on the SNP run NHS that says to be mindful of accepting refugees to my area because of the lack of GPs in Clackmannanshire, showing that the SNP haven't managed public services to make sure we can be welcoming to people to our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very wary of time in this debate, but
the immigration proposals that are coming forward and the opportunity that we have through Brexit to shape our immigration policies, I think, are very important. We don't need to get lost in a vicious circle of negative stories about immigration. We can talk about the positive, as members from across this House represent and also have represented. And I think there's a fine opportunity for us to look at new visa schemes, look at new cooperation with countries, as my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, mentioned earlier about the use of visa gates, but also perhaps we could use our innovation and entrepreneurial spirit to go one further and look at what we could do to have a UK-style green card, which I know in the past has had cross-border support. Green may be a problem, happy for it to be blue if that satisfies other members. So let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about immigration, we're not talking about faceless numbers, we're talking about real people who come here and contribute and make our country better. We need to break the vicious circle. We have a chance to make a more innovative and welcoming immigration system here in this country. Immigration is a sign of success and not failure. It's one I hope will be continuing in a sustainable way once we leave the European Union.
Mr. Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm conscious I will need to be quick given the time. This is obviously one of the most momentous debates that many of us will take part in, although we have to remember that for many of our constituents, they're actually their jobs, their homes, the infrastructure and so many other issues that we already decide in this Parliament will be for them the priority, perhaps perfectly encapsulated when yesterday I got an invitation to appear on BBC Radio Devon this morning to talk about the key issue in Torbay today, dustbin collections. But in terms of turning towards the debate we have in front of us, I think it's worth saying that Torbay voted strongly to leave the European Union. That means I do not see an option of staying in the EU. And people across the Bay didn't just vote to leave the EU because they saw a bus or because they had some thoughts on immigration, but it was because they considered these issues, considered them carefully. Many wanted to see an open to the world United Kingdom, wanted to see us continue trading, and wanted to see us look at a different path, but not the way that sometimes they are painted. And that's why, for me, I also think the idea of a second referendum, effectively a politician's vote, is for the birds. The reason for me is quite simple. Could we imagine going onto a doorstep in any of our constituencies saying, next Thursday is your chance to decide the outcome, your chance to decide if we leave or remain? And when they say, well, didn't you ask us to do that 3 years ago? And say, oh, yeah, we did, but this time really counts. You know, it's an absolute nonsense. Similarly, the idea of extending Article 50. I do not really see what people think that will achieve, apart from just kicking the can down the road for another couple of months. If people think Article 50 should be revoked, if they think that we should stay, that is something they can at least coherently argue. I passionately disagree with them. I think that would be a mistake. I think us going back into the European Union effectively would make us look fools. As the member for Saffron Walden pointed out, you know, if we can't leave, then no one else can, and it will make our future negotiations look daft. I'm saying, coming to decide how I'll vote on this, I have, thankfully, as his PPS, had the opportunity to speak at some length with the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. And we're very clear that whatever outcome we argue, from Norway Plus to Canada to any of the other future relationships, there needs to be a withdrawal agreement. And there are going to be three parts to any agreement. One is around citizens' rights, the second is around money, and the third is guarantees around the Northern Ireland border, known as the backstop. Now, few of us in this chamber would argue around the issues on citizens' rights, and actually, for our citizens who live in the EU, who we do have a responsibility for, having a system of the European Union enforcing their rights is the place we need to be in. Relying on 27 individual governments to do that is, I just do not think, a practical place to be. There are countries which I would have every confidence will honour their obligations, but not all. The money is probably something we would need to tolerate. As to be blunt, in terms of getting any agreement, we would need to look at our existing obligations. But at least in the future with this deal, we will no longer be making the large sorts of contributions. Then that brings me on to the backstop, which, as a unionist, I find very difficult. I do not see Northern Ireland as a third country. And I hear and have read with some interest the opinions of people like the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool and the honourable member for Witney, who I see in his place. Yet where the balance comes for me is what I see as what is the likely alternative if we don't go down the path of having this deal. I have some sympathy for one of the amendments around approving everything other than the deal, but the reality I see is what I saw on Tuesday, is that there are those looking to use their arguments against this deal, not in the hope of a no-deal Brexit, which I believe the UK could survive, I believe we could manage, I believe we could put policies in place to keep our economy going, to revitalise it, but then ironically some of the people on the other side would be too busy trying to shoot those down to actually make that work, but actually around what would be the actual outcome in this Parliament. And that would probably end up being that people would look to try and actually produce, rather than hope for no deal, actually their hope is for no Brexit. Some are open about that. I respect when they are. Others are not. So for me, that does mean that if I want to see things like us implement the referendum result, if I want to see us look to accede to the comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, I want to see us at least have a chance of getting a comprehensive trade deal with the United States, an independent nation, that does mean this deal in some form needs to go through.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been an excellent debate to listen to, even though I have the most astonishing feeling of déjà vu about it. Perhaps it's the flu I've been suffering all week, or the massive doses of Lemsip and Barocca that I'm taking this morning, but I do feel as though we've been through all this before, about 5 weeks ago, and absolutely nothing seems to have changed. But nevertheless, I'm glad to be here, and I'm delighted to see the Foreign Secretary in his place for the first time this year, safely returned from his recess travels and basking in the success of his new vision for post-Brexit Britain that he unveiled in Singapore, namely that we are to become, I quote, the invisible chain linking countries across the globe. A truly inspiring phrase, Mr. Speaker, but colleagues may not realise the inspiration has an unlikely source, because the phrase, the invisible chain, first originated as the Spanish language title of the 1943 film Lassie Come Home. It's a beloved children's classic, the story of a desperate family who are down to their lowest ebb and with no answers to their problems, and whose fortunes are rescued at the last moment by the return of their beloved dog. So here's the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Cabinet aren't waiting for unicorns to come riding over the hill. They're just waiting for Lassie. And it's no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that the Foreign Secretary's vision of the invisible chain has been so enthusiastically embraced by his dog-loving Cabinet colleagues. The Health Secretary with his invisible green paper on social care, and the Transport Secretary with his invisible ferries and his invisible traffic jams, and of course the Prime Minister running around Europe obtaining invisible concessions on Brexit. And that brings us to the crux of today's debate. That here we are, 5 weeks after we had the same debate, and so many members on all sides of the House have pointed out that there is nothing new to debate at all in this withdrawal agreement that's before us in relation to home affairs and foreign policy, let alone any other subject that is in any way different from what we discussed on the 5th of December. But let me summarise those contributions which have made that point best. My right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, demonstrated with absolute clarity, in my view, that this deal jeopardises all the cooperation that we've come to rely on with the European Union in the fields of justice and security and policing, and therefore we can't accept it. The member for Ealing North made clear in his typically enjoyable speech that the unresolved issues of the Northern Ireland border remain totally unresolved. The member for Edinburgh South made the vital point, no doubt agreed by many other members opposite, that it remains the case that the deal on the table delivers no control of our laws, no control of our borders, and no control of our money. In fact, it cedes control to Europe by giving us no say on those issues. The member for Warwick and Leamington made clear as well that the lack of changes to the Prime Minister's deal means that the economic damage it would do to investment and jobs all remains unaltered. A point that's been echoed by members for Bermondsey and Old Southwark, the latter who pointed out the major problems over recruitment and retention across multiple business sectors in his constituency, which are reliant on migrant labour. And on that point, we heard a powerful and important contribution from the member for Bristol West on the hopeless inadequacy of the government's proposal in delivering a fair system on immigration. The members for Cardiff Central, Ealing Central and Acton, and East Lothian made clear that wherever people are in this country and whatever in the nations they live in, our constituents overwhelmingly reject this hopeless deal. And yet, the member for Liverpool Waverley reminded us it would be an even greater disaster for our country, from our factories to our universities, if we crash out without a deal. So, what all those contributions to this debate have laid bare, and the many that we have heard from other colleagues, is that nothing has been achieved from 5 weeks of delay, nothing has changed in terms of the withdrawal agreement, and nothing of substance or principle has been done to change the minds of any member, with the possible exception of the Honourable Member for Poplar and Limehouse, but the mind of any member. 5 weeks for one member to change their mind is not necessarily a huge contribution, and I would suggest Honourable Members opposite not to be too excited. And it's still likely that this vote will go down next week. Now, we've all been told that there will be assurances from the European Union that there will be no changes to the withdrawal agreement, no changes written into law, just a set of assurances. Now, I hope we all remember the words of the Prime Minister's deputy, the Secretary of State of the Cabinet Office, when he spoke at the dispatch box in 2015 in relation to a similar situation when David Cameron was supposed to be renegotiating Britain's membership of the European Union. Because this is what he said: "We will not ask the House to rely only on the words of ministers at this dispatch box. Instead," he continued, "we will have a commitment to introduce into the bill changes which will give expression to the assurances we have given." And this morning we heard the Foreign Secretary say the same. And I quote, "Theresa May has said she doesn't just want words, she wants something with legal force." So, based on what he said this morning, and based on on the position the government took 4 years ago when David Cameron was renegotiating, can I ask the Foreign Secretary, when he closes this debate, whether he accepts that the assurances that the Prime Minister is obtaining with other European leaders will not be worth the paper on which they have hastily been written if they are not also being written into law? And if that is the case, will he confirm that before next Tuesday, formal amendments will be made to the withdrawal agreement? And if he doesn't accept that, if he accepts that this won't happen, then Conservative backbenchers and the DUP will be quite within their rights to reject the withdrawal agreement, just as they plan to do in December, on the grounds that it will remain fatally flawed. But I am afraid that the Foreign Secretary knows that there won't be legally binding changes to the withdrawal agreement over the next 4 days. So the only real question at issue is what will happen after next Tuesday once the Prime Minister's deal is rejected. And as ever, Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary has given us a multitude of answers on this subject. The problem is that he gives us a different answer depending on what the audience is that he's speaking to. So speaking to the Sunday Telegraph before Christmas, he said that if we had to leave without a deal, Britain would flourish and prosper in that scenario. But he then told reporters in Singapore that the disruption caused by no deal outcome is not something that any government should willingly wish on its people. And then, this week, at Cabinet, when the Work and Pensions Secretary said history would take a dim view of a Cabinet that allowed Britain to leave without a deal, and the Justice Secretary said that they would need an alternative plan instead, the Foreign Secretary went back to insisting that no deal was the preferred option. And yet, here we are 3 days later with the Foreign Secretary on the Today programme saying no deal won't happen. And that the most likely scenario after Tuesday is that Brexit won't happen at all. So, can I ask the Foreign Secretary to give us some clarity today, not on what he expects to happen after Tuesday when the Prime Minister's deal is voted down, but what he believes should happen after that point? And in particular, on the most vital issue of all, can he make clear whether he is prepared to countenance this country leaving the European Union on the 31st of March without a deal? Of course, I'll give way.
Let me give her that clarity, because what I've said has always been completely consistent. I don't want us to leave without a deal. There will be a lot of disruption if we did. But if we were in that situation, in the end, I believe this country is strong enough to find a way to flourish and prosper.
The trouble is, this doesn't seem to be what he said on the radio this morning, and I'm just holding him to account. He can't go around telling all sorts of different people different things and not expect us to be listening, because we are the opposition, and we will hold you to account. And you need to be consistent, because you are in government and you are supposed to be in a leadership position. That's the point, and that's the point of this debate. And that is the point of this debate. So, as I say, to give all these different accounts and to try to be consistent is what we wish him to do. Because does he not believe this? Should he not also accept this? As he said, as I understand it, back in 2016, and this is what the Foreign Secretary said: we need to negotiate a deal and put it to the British people, either in a referendum or through a fresh general election. We will trust the British people to decide on whether or not it is a good deal. If he thought that was the right course of action to pursue in the event of securing a deal, surely, Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary accepts that that is the only course of action to pursue if there is no deal at all.
And we have had that general election, and 80% of voters supported parties that wanted to leave the EU and the single market. But as she's mentioned consistency, will she just give a straight yes or no answer? Does Labour or does Labour not want to end free movement?
When we leave the European Union, free movement will end, and it is our policy that there should be fair rules and managed migration. We believe that immigration should look after our economy and should look after our communities. That's the answer. It's a full answer. It has been consistent, and I think that if the honourable gentleman would like to listen to what it is the Labour Party has said with the consistency that we will be listening to what he says, he will find that we are consistent and our policy is clear. Unless the honourable gentleman has any other questions on Labour's policy, I propose to sit down.
The Shadow Secretary of State completed her oration? Yes, she has. Right, I call the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, Jeremy Hunt.
Well, excellent timing, Mr. Speaker, because of course, she's just, I think, said that Labour does want to end free movement without then explaining how they will deliver frictionless trade with no more barriers than we currently have, which is Labour's policy, even though she knows the European Union will never accept that. So I don't think we'll take any lessons on consistency from this. Home. Lassie on immigration, and the central point made so eloquently by for the first time in over 40 years to respond to public concern by restoring sovereign control over immigration policy, part of which is, of course, being generous to EU citizens who live amongst us and contribute so magnificently to our national life. And here, if she was here, I would like to reassure the Shadow Home Secretary and the honourable members for Ealing Central, Oxford West and Abingdon and others who raise the rights of EU citizens in this country, because Part 2 of the Withdrawal Agreement describes how EU citizens currently living in the UK will enjoy broadly the same rights after we leave. And indeed, if we leave the EU without a deal, the government has also made it clear that their position will be the same. So whilst she was correct to remind us that we are talking about the lives of real people, our friends, colleagues and neighbours, I would respectfully suggest it does not help to say there is any doubt whatsoever about the status of EU citizens, when in fact there is no doubt. And the honourable member for South Shields, I thought, spoke extremely passionately about the effect of uncontrolled migration on her constituency and how it risked dividing communities. So she, along with many people on this side of the House, will understand the significance of restoring parliamentary sovereignty. But we haven't just today talked about migration, and I want to commend my honourable friends, the members for Mid-Sussex, Harwich and North Essex, Rayleigh and Wickford, Romford, Rochford, Southend West, Bosworth and Mole Valley for emphasising the obligation that falls on all of us to honour the referendum decision. I think that, although I didn't hear all of those speeches, one of the most powerful interventions came from my honourable friend, the member for Hornchurch and Upminster, who said that if we don't deliver Brexit, it would confirm people's deepest fears about the conceit of the political class. And to her credit, when she was here, the Shadow Home Secretary was clear that we have to honour the referendum vote. But what we on this side say to members opposite is that if you really do want to honour that vote, then stop playing parliamentary games and remember that leave-voting Labour voters will never forgive the Labour Party if they use parliamentary procedures in a way that ends up stopping Brexit. And I would say to the honourable members for Ealing Central and Liverpool Wavertree and others who called for a second referendum that they would risk doing profound damage to the integrity of our political system. It could not be right to ask the British people to vote again in the hope of producing a different result. And they should listen to the wise words of my friend, the honourable member for Mid Dorset and North Pool, who talked about the breach of trust between politicians and the people who give them their jobs if we were to fail to honour the referendum result. I give way to the honourable lady.
Fine Secretary for giving way. He said about trust and he said about validity, I think. Does he not accept that the points that I raised in my speech about the illegality in the referendum have already caused mistrust and people are doubting the validity of the outcome of the referendum because of the things that went on, which have been found by our regulators, the Information Commissioner and the Electoral Commission?
I would just say to her, this is a matter for the Electoral Commission, but exaggerated claims were made on both sides of that debate, as indeed, I think it is fair to say, they are generally made on both sides in general election campaigns as well. But people listened to those claims on both sides and they came to a democratic decision. And that is the foundation of trust in our country between politicians and the people who give them their jobs. I'll give way to the honourable lady. Yes.
Thank the Foreign Secretary for giving way. And further to the point of order given by my honourable friend, does he not accept that, in addition to what she has just said, that there are many points of evidence and fact that have now come to light that weren't available at the time? Because in 2016 the referendum was on the principle of us leaving. Now we know exactly what it looks like in practice. And on the basis of what we know, and also listen to what our constituents and what the country wants, and you have to look at the polling that's been done on an almost daily basis to know that this country has moved, and now seeing the reality of it, actually wants to have a final say on the government's exact deal rather than the principle back in 2016.
What I gently say to the honourable lady is that last year we had a general election in which both parties set out what they thought the shape of the Brexit deal should be, and over 80% of voters voted for parties that wanted to leave the EU and leave the single market. So the task before us is to recast our relationship with our nearest neighbours whilst preserving the bonds of friendship that all of us in this House prize so highly. And we need to go about that task with every confidence in our strengths as a nation, as my honourable friend for Harwich and North Essex rightly reminded us. And my right honourable friend, the member for Mid-Sussex, brought home the momentous importance of this task, reminding us with a sense of history we admire so much that this is one of the most important decisions the House has taken since the war. And as he powerfully said, the moment has come for all members to come together in the national interest. Now, on defence and security, my honourable friend from Berwick-upon-Tweed spoke with passion and eloquence, partly in French. And je voudrais dire à mon ami, ne t'inquiète pas. because contrary to Sir Richard Dearlove and Lord Guthrie, that means don't worry, because there will be absolutely no impact whatsoever from this withdrawal agreement on our relationship with NATO, on our intelligence partnership with the United States, or indeed our membership of the Five Eyes. I give way to my honourable friend.
And we shall continue in English, perhaps, for everyone else's pleasure. My concern is not in the Dearlove-Guthrie letter. It is my assessment of the combination of political declaration and parts of the withdrawal agreement which, put together, give me personally, my own simple understanding, real concerns about future risk. And I would be very grateful if you would sit down with me and look through those in detail, because they are genuine concerns. They don't come from anyone else but my own assessment.
Well, of course, I would be absolutely delighted to do that, and I give way to my other honourable friend.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend. I was concerned in the draft withdrawal agreement to read the phrase that there will be increased intelligence cooperation. And I asked the Prime Minister on the 10th of December about this, and she said there is no problem with the Five Eyes agreement. None whatsoever.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I do want to reassure everyone in this House that it is a paramount negotiating objective for the government to make sure that we maintain an independent foreign and security policy, always has been, incidentally, and always will be. Now, the honourable member for Glenrothes was right to warn about the dangers of xenophobia and small-minded isolationism. No one in this House would think on those terms. But he's totally wrong to suggest that the view on these benches, as my honourable friend for Ochil and South Perthshire said, in any way reflects that approach. And I can tell him that within the framework of the new immigration policy, there will be no cap on the number of skilled workers who can enter the UK. The honourable members for Liverpool, Wavertree and Oxford, Western Abingdon spoke about the impact of leaving the EU on our universities, and I can reassure them that the new immigration policy means there will be no limit on the number of international students who can study in our universities. And this is very important because our international reputation benefits immensely from the excellence of our universities. And then one group that we haven't talked about, but we're coming to a close, is the rights of the nearly 1 million Brits who are living in Europe, and the withdrawal agreement protects their rights as well. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as time is marching on and the weekend approaches, we are now in the final stages of leaving a supranational organisation that has been central to our national life for 46 years. We all have deeply held opinions on this issue, but the voters who sent us here are looking for honourable members to reach a consensus on the way ahead. Britain's friends across the world, the governments I deal with every day, hope and expect that we will leave the EU in an orderly way and emerge as a reinvigorated ally on the international stage. So let us rise to the moment, meet those expectations, and show that whatever our views may be, Leaver or Remainer, we are all Democrats, proud to be in one of the oldest democracies in the world where we do what the people tell us.
Well, the right honourable gentleman has talked the matter into the buffers. Debate to be resumed what day?
Monday, 14th of January.
Monday, the 14th of January. Thank you. A point of order, Dr. Rupa Huck.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Quite a few speakers in this debate today have referred to the sort of toxic climate outside as a result of the entire Brexit issue. I just want to seek your advice, Mr. Speaker, on an arising matter. I wonder if you knew that the Rehab the Rehab Brain Injury Charity, who does the annual, very popular MPs versus journalists, yeah, we were in it both last year, were we not? Not you, Mr. Speaker. The pancake race, they've pulled it for this year because they think the climate outside is so horrible that it's not worth running. I wondered if you might know which parliamentary authority to raise it with. Apparently Shrove Tuesday is very near exit date and they don't think it's worth the risk. Could we have some reassurance to them somehow that it can still be possible, because it raises money for a great charity?
Speaks for the tossers. Clearly is a magnificent cause, and I'm very sorry to hear of the news of the postponement or cancellation and the rationale for that decision. It does, however, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her point of order, give me an opportunity to say a very small number of words on the subject of security. The Honourable Lady was very likely present in the Chamber earlier in the week when very grave concerns were aired about aggressive, threatening and intimidating behaviour towards members and indeed towards journalists. In response to points of order on that matter, I gave, I hope, sympathetic and understanding responses. More particularly, I committed to inquire further into the matter and to make appropriate representations on top of the letter sent to the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police by well in excess of 150 colleagues. As I subsequently advised the House, I myself wrote to the Commissioner in explicit terms underlining the extent and intensity of concern felt in this place about the threat to security. Further to that letter to the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, I must tell the House that in Speaker's House yesterday morning I hosted with the Lord Speaker a meeting with the Commissioner, Cressida Dick, and her colleagues, for members of the commissions of both Houses and the Consultative Panel on Parliamentary Security. In the course of that constructive engagement, the police communicated plans for increased security in the period ahead, which they trust, and we also very much hope, will enable members, journalists and members of the public to go about their business unimpeded by aggressive, threatening or intimidating demonstrators. In that context, and flowing from that meeting, I should mention that today a detailed letter has gone to all colleagues from Eric Hepburn, the Director of Security for Parliament, and Jane Johnson, the Chief Superintendent of the Metropolitan Police, based here, together with a short covering letter from me. I hope that that is of interest and potentially of reassurance to colleagues, and I'm looking in particular in the direction of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Mid Sussex, who very eloquently raised his concerns together with other colleagues on the matter earlier in the week. The relevance of it, I hope, to the event to which the Honourable Lady has referred is obvious. That event is some distance in the future. The question of whether the event goes ahead is not a matter for the Chair, but I very much hope that as a result of the increased security that is now to be set in train, people organising events, either within the precincts of the Palace of Westminster, adjacent to it or in close proximity to it, will feel confident and comfortable that they can safely proceed with their plans. Thank you. I hope that's helpful to the Honourable Lady. If there are no further points of order, we come now to the adjournment.
Wherever you stand, get the fresh view of what's happening in Scotland with iScot. Celebrate everything about our country with intelligent, in-depth insight from lifestyle, culture to puzzles, and all the opinions you'll need. Whether it's digital or by post, subscribe now to iScot.
Well, it's lovely to be out on such a sunny evening in Edinburgh, but it's a shame that we have to be out tonight protesting against the two-child cap and the rate clause. Well more than a year since Alison Thewliss, my colleague at Westminster, first spotted it in the small print of a Tory budget.
Very glad to see such a huge demonstration today and so many people still coming along 1 year after the rate clause came into force to show their opposition to this vile and despicable policy. The UK government have never been able to justify this policy, and we saw that this week with Esther McVeigh's pathetic attempts to say that the rate clause was somehow double support for women and that gives them some kind of chance to talk about the most appalling and disturbing experience of their life.
as you can see behind me, we're at the very beginning of the All Under One Banner rally. You can obviously hear the pipers behind me as events are about to kick off.
It's time to aim high, look resolutely outwards, and never, ever accept second best. Above all, it's time to believe that we can. We can build that better country we know is possible. And friends, we will.
If you enjoy watching our programmes, please help us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster by signing up to become a Broadcasting Scotland supporter.